And we are live. Are we live? What is up? What's up, everybody? It's been a long time, hasn't it? It's been what, a week maybe since I went live. A lot has happened in the last week. There's been a lot that's transpired over the last week. But if you saw my thumbnail, then you also saw that I put Square on top of a roof with a little dog. Only thing I didn't add was a rifle. So yeah, I think Square could do something like that. He wants to do something like that. He wants to take somebody out. He also wants to diddle. He wants to be a diddler. But we're here to raise awareness. That's what we do. Raising awareness about the danger that's in Haiti. And before I get into Square too much, I know we've had a couple of political streams. I wouldn't say that I enjoy political stuff. It's a necessary evil. It really is. It's a necessary evil um, to let people know what you stand for. Oh man, I left my coffee cup. Damn it. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. Okay, my bad. Yeah, we live in a tumultuous time. We really do. We live in a very fluid and tumultuous period of time. I don't think that our system has ever been as broken as it is now. I've been alive through Reagan, Bush Sr., Clinton, Bush Jr., Obama, Trump, and Biden. That's seven. Seven presidents. Is that right? Because I don't remember much about Reagan. I do remember Reagan, though. Remember Just Say No and, all that shit. So it was Reagan, Bush Sr., Clinton, Bush Jr., Obama, Trump, and Biden. So, yeah, seven. 7 presidents so far in my lifetime. You know, and the two-party system has been a part of every one of those. There's not been an independent that's won anything since I've been alive. It's either been Democrat or Republican. And over the last 40 years, you know, when the assassination attempt happened with Reagan, I was too young to even remember anything about it. Like, I don't know what I was doing. I was probably doing what Biden's doing right now. I was probably shitting on myself and taking a bottle. Do I believe the president has all this, you know, unfettered power? No. No, I know the president's a figurehead. But do I believe that the president is able to usher in some kind of change? Yes, I do. Obviously. We've seen it. People can say, oh, the president, he's just, you know, he's controlled or whatever. Okay. Well, I hear you. But Biden come into office on his first day with 93 executive orders that made our lives a living hell. All right. For the last 6 years, 7 years, almost for the last decade, an entire decade, we've heard nothing but how Trump was a neo-Nazi. He was an authoritarian. He's a Hitler. I'll tell you what. Let me just play Steven Crowder's cold open from yesterday morning, because it embodies, it is literally the embodiment of how I feel. 110%. This is the embodiment of what I think. And everybody's entitled to their opinion. Everybody can, you know, think how they want. You may not like what I'm saying. You may say, oh my God, you're one of those extremists or whatever. If I'm an extremist, then what the fuck are these people like Kathy Griffin that's out here holding up a Trump head that's decapitated? If I'm an extremist because I feel the way I do, and I see the country that I grew up in that's no longer the country that I grew up in, this man right here explains it very well. If you're one of those people that's running around talking about Trump being a racist and a dictator, an authoritarian and a Nazi, and calling him Hitler, then let me make this clear. You are my enemy. Period. There's no but. There's no if. There's no maybe we can work it out. No, you're against me and everything that I stand for. You are the enemy. This man right here, this man that's on the screen, Crowder, he said the quiet part out loud, because that's what we're all thinking anyway. We're all feeling this way. He put it into words, and I can't really say it any better. So let me play this.
These circumstances.
Hold on.
Hey, not glad to be with you, actually, under these circumstances. Just so you know, we'll be getting to everything regarding the assassination attempt, and that's what it was. That's, well, what it is. on Donald Trump, President Trump, in a few moments, where we will be getting through everything that we need to kind of highlight what you need to know, claims versus truth. We'll provide all of the references. There is a lot of misinformation out there, unfortunately, and so we want this to be the definitive place where you can make sense of this. And all of this has to be based on truth, right? And I'm not going to both sides this thing today. That's not reality. The only equivalency that I see on both sides is people jumping onto this story for clickbait, regardless of accuracy. But I released a short video the day that this happened. It was immediately after the shooting, the assassination attempt had transpired. I've had time to sit and think and pray about this, and also see a lot of reactions from people. So a few things I'd like to say, and I think a lot of you are probably feeling, at least I hope so. I know everyone in my family and my community that I deeply value right now, they share it. And I don't know about you, but probably hugged my kids a little bit longer, kiss them a little bit harder. There's a reason for it. It's not just hyperbole. There's a reason that when these things happen, it draws you closer to the appreciation of the fragility of life. And the reason for that is because this is taking place. Someone was just a mere inch away from assuming room temperature, from being deceased, who should have the strongest security in the world. So it's natural. It's okay. I don't know if you've had a roller coaster of emotions, but we all have here. And a lot of people this weekend and today, I've seen them, and they'll continue to be calling for you to tone down your rhetoric, to bring down the temperature. I won't be doing that. I want to make that really clear. I won't be doing it because I know exactly why those in the media and those in Washington, D.C. are saying it. I know why they are demanding it. I know who it's coming from. And I also don't believe that you get to simmer and bring political violence to a boiling point, and when it backfires, publicity-wise, do the both sides thing. Now, it's important that what I'm about to say in no way be interpreted as a threat or any kind of call to physical violence, because it's not. And that's the only time I'm going to say it. So if people want to misconstrue what it is that I say here today, then fine, remove me for it. And I say this because I see people on both sides right now saying things that are simply untrue. Things like violence has never played a role in American politics, or one that I see a lot. This is unprecedented. We hear it a lot. Let me be clear.
I'm going to pause a little bit between this because there's so many good points in this. You know, they try to memory hole. And if you're not sure what that means, or a good example of memory holding, what about the water main break on election night? It's been memory hold. There's no mention of it anywhere on any news outlet. And when I say there's blame to be had on both sides, Fox has just as much in this as CNN, because they let it fucking go. You're telling me that the president of the United States in 2020 was elected with more votes than the first black president in American history, after we come out of a pandemic and people were afraid to leave their fucking home. They wouldn't even drive a car without wearing a mask. And you're telling me this man that's in office right now was elected with more votes in a pandemic than the first black man that was ever elected as president? That's what you're telling me? There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that this incompetent piece of shit that did his campaign from his basement and at one point just quit campaigning altogether. He wouldn't even come out into the sunlight. And you're telling me This man garnered more votes than Barack Obama from sitting in a basement. That's what you're telling me? You know, it's been wondered. It's been people wondered. I've wondered. It's been wondered by many. What was it going to take for people to stand up and say, "I've had enough. I've had enough." I think Saturday was the straw that broke the camel's back, because it's been long enough. It's been coming long enough. And I'm not saying that, I'm like Crowder, I'm not saying that there should be any violence or go out and do anything violent. But no, it's been long enough that people have stood by and kept their mouths shut. Because it's always the right that's expected to be the bigger man. It's always, it's always the we're supposed to have the cooler heads prevail tactic. Well, that shit ain't working, apparently. It ain't fucking working. Cooler heads aren't prevailing. They just tried to kill this man. They just tried to fucking kill him. If he had moved his head another inch, he would have lost brain matter. We're supposed to be the ones that are supposed to accept all this LGBTQ AII plus MNNOPQR whatever. We're supposed to be the ones that just accept it. We've been accepting it the whole fucking time. It's because y'all don't ever have enough. You never get enough. You've been given an inch, you want a mile. I mean, for God's sake, they finally allowed everybody. You can marry anybody you want to. Anybody. Marry a fucking tree. Who cares? Nobody gives a shit what people do in their bedroom. But when your drag queens are reading library books to kids, when there's books in libraries at public schools, taxpayer-funded public schools have books that discuss whatever sexuality, any kind of sexuality. It doesn't matter what kind it is. What the fuck are you pulling? What are you trying to do? Kids don't go to school to learn that. They go to school to learn reading, writing, and arithmetic. But I heard that shit Saturday, right after this happened. We need to tone it down. We need to bring the temperature down. It came from the fucking president. Fuck you, you piece of shit. Fuck you. You want to say tone it down? After just days prior to this bullshit, you called this man Hitler. You said he was coming for our fucking democracy. You're the one that said he was going to tear up the Constitution. You said it. You old senile bastard. And now you want to come tell people that it's time to turn the temperature down. Fuck you, you gray-headed piece of shit. Go smoke another rock with your son, the smartest man that you know. It's really ironic that these Hollywood elites and these media elites and all these people that get to come out and say the same old spiel. We know we should never have political violence. Have y'all not studied history? Do you not know how this country was started? It was started with political violence. 10 paces, turn and shoot. Whoever wins is the better man. I mean, fuck. We threw some tea in the fucking water because we was tired of paying taxes. This shit has been violent since we started this country. And I think they forgot. But I think they might find out. Oh, and Joe, you want to use F-15s? You want to use, who you going to get to fly them? You going to order the military to turn on their own people? I doubt it. You might place the order. You might do it. You might try to enact something. Squat and watch if they do it. Fuck that shit.
Political violence is not unprecedented. It is literally precedented in this country. You can use both precedents and precedent. It has come before. It has happened many times. And it's been set as a precedent deliberately. Political violence is not unprecedented in this country. People who say that either don't know what they're talking about or they're lying to you. That's not the takeaway. What is unprecedented is the impeachment, prosecution, and false conviction of a political opponent in this country who has committed no actual crimes. What is unprecedented is, far beyond political disagreements, the goal to seek and destroy a political opponent, a human being, and his supporters, even after he's peacefully left office. That's actually unprecedented in this country. As far as political violence, again, you saw my disclaimer earlier. I don't believe that violence is never acceptable or is never the answer. I won't speak in those false equivalencies, those platitudes. I think the American Revolution was a good thing. I think ending slavery was a good thing. Those necessitated political violence. And let's be clear, too. When we have disagreements in this country, people say we can have respectful disagreements. If you're having a disagreement about abortion, you're talking about violence. You have a disagreement over the violence. If we have a disagreement over foreign policy as it relates to wars, you're having a disagreement over violence, over killing. It's all around us. Now, I do believe that political violence, of course, is a last resort and a tool only to be used against tyranny. I would argue a presidential candidate who wants less government and to recognize more of your individual rights certainly doesn't qualify, Charlie. And I hear this empty rhetoric demanding that Trump tone down, dial back the temperature. And I've heard this too. I heard it from the former Vice President Biden, that we stop viewing our political opponents as the enemy. We need to stop that. Kind of tough to ask that of people when you've told them that their political opposition are literal Nazis and white supremacists, don't you think? But I'm not going to call for that. I'm not going to call for you to stop viewing the leftists in this country as the quote-unquote enemy, plainly because I wouldn't believe in calling you to do that. I don't believe in that idea. I do believe that we have actual enemies within our ranks in this country. I really do. And I think more fruitful than empty rhetoric right now, I'd rather help you, all of us, be able to identify who those enemies actually are, because that's our only hope at actual civility. Not everyone's your friend, kumbaya, hold hands, we are the world. No. You can only have allies, and you can only protect your community and those you love if you understand the active threats, the enemy. It has to be based on truth. So, you know what? Let me be clear here. Let's first start by hopefully outlining who is not your enemy. It's not your neighbor. It's not your family members or other members of your community, the community you've chosen and hopefully take an active role in every day. Even those maybe who vote differently from you. Someone believes in higher taxes. They want longer government subsidized maternity leave or maybe some more social safety nets. They're not your enemy. They're wrong. They're not your enemy. Hell, I'd even self-identified socialists who are open about their beliefs, their disagreements with you, and who will engage in a form of ideas with you on an honest playing field. They're not your enemy. They're certainly wrong, in my opinion, but they're not your enemy. But the people out there who've been calling President Trump and people like you a Nazi or a white supremacist, they are the enemy. People who label you a fascist for being pro-life, they are the enemy. People who burned down cities and killed, murdered conservative Americans, fellow Americans at rallies, they are your enemy. The people who forced you to shut down your business, ruining your family's livelihood, never to be recovered again over a virus without you even having a say while claiming that they are doing it to save democracy, guess what? They are the enemy. And the people actively involved in shutting down, silencing political speech for protesting said lockdowns, they are the enemy. The ruling class who decided that rather than run on an even playing field to try and destroy a man's livelihood, his business, his legacy, and the remainder of President Trump's life. Because before they take his life, they try and take his name. That's what they do. Who's they? The progressive left. The hateful progressive left. Before your life is in danger, your name is what they take. People who do that, they are the enemy. Anyone who parroted the lie that Donald Trump praised neo-Nazis as very fine people for years, when the footage of him condemning white supremacy and neo-Nazis totally, it was available the entire time. People who parroted that line and haven't apologized, they are the enemy. The people who lied, who aided and abetted American citizens being locked up for years over January 6th, when a huge portion of them were glorified trespassers, all so that the people in charge could accuse President Trump of treason and leading an insurrection, they are the enemy. The people who accuse you of supporting trans genocide because, my God, you're against the government mandating that children be given permission to halt their puberty, they are the enemy. And you know what? Let me make this, let me put a finer point on this. I want you to take a second, okay? And in your heart of hearts, I mean this, ask yourself honestly, are you a racist? Are you a sexist? Do you hate women? Are you a transphobe, a xenophobe, a Nazi, a fascist, or a white supremacist? Are you? If the answer is genuinely no, and I assume that it is for most of you, then anyone who accuses you of the contrary, anyone who accuses you of any of those things is the enemy, especially if they do it publicly. Because let me tell you something. I've been in this industry for a very long time. The people making these accusations against President Trump, against you, they know it's not true. When they make those accusations publicly, they're not saying it for you. They're saying it for the audience. They're hoping that someone out there believes it's true about you, just as they hoped that enough people out there believed it about Donald Trump. Well, guess what? People finally did. This is what it gets you. And anyone who actively propels that forward, who accuses you of that, they don't get to ask you to dial down the temperature, to turn down your rhetoric, because they are the enemy. They make those accusations not because they believe it to be true, whether it's about you, at your office, at your PTA meeting, or President Trump. They make those accusations knowing that they are not true, hoping that someone else believes it is. And this violence that we see, this assassination attempt, is a long time coming. And by the way, it's not new. We've been surrounded by violence. I know there have been some people on the left, of course, who faced it as well. But when it comes to the numbers, it's not even close. Some of you have a short memory. I don't know if you remember back in July, I believe it was 2016, 5 Dallas police officers were killed by a Black Lives Matter supporter. Either 2016 or 2017, I'll make the reference available. That shooter believed police were racist. Let me give you the names. Let's remember these names. Lauren Aarons, Michael Kroll, Michael Smith, Patrick Zamarripa, Brent Thompson, 5 officers, Dallas, Texas, killed because of the enemy in this country who accused, who tarred and feathered an entire profession of people as racist, genocidal maniacs. And someone believed it. Remember in June 2020, Summer of Love, David Dorn, say his name, David Dorn. He was a 77-year-old retired police captain. He was killed in St. Louis trying to stop a Black Lives Matter robbery. He also was a retired black officer. We showed the footage in the show. I believe it's one of 2 times that I've gotten misty-eyed. Someone believed the accusations against him being shouted by the enemy in August 2020. You remember Aaron J. Danielson? This person was killed in Portland, was shot point blank. Remember that footage? We've got a Trump supporter here. Bang, bang, bang. Dead. Because in the person's mind, the shooter, whose name I will not give to you, the killer, we got a Trump supporter here, was equivalent to saying, we have a racist, Nazi, sexist, genocidal maniac here. Bang. They believed it. They believed the shouts and the echoes of the enemy. And yeah, thank God, and I mean this, thank Christ, that Donald Trump, President Trump, moved his head an inch. Sincerely. He's alive. But not everyone is. Corey Comparator.
Okay, now this part might get you a little worked up because he reads the Facebook post from the daughter, and this is sad. This guy was a volunteer firefighter and chief, and he shielded his family from bullets and lost his life. This is fucked up.
That man was killed at the Trump rally. That man was killed shielding his wife and daughter from someone firing shots, not about the gun, from an evil person attempting to murder because that person believed what the enemy within this country was saying, not only about President Trump, but about the people at his rally. That is why Casey Comparator is dead.
Corey.
That's why
Corey Comparator.
his daughter, Allison, doesn't have a dad. You don't get to say tone down your rhetoric. The rhetoric is out there, and enough people have believed it. I want to read you, actually, what Allison Comparator wrote about her father. Facebook post. It's rare that someone writes it with this much poise and power, and that term is misused. She wrote, "Yesterday, time stopped, and when it started again, my family and I started living a real-life nightmare. What was supposed to be an exciting day that we had all looked forward to, especially my day, turned into the most traumatizing experiences someone could imagine. I know the media will cover this event, and I'm going to try my best to stay away from looking at everything, especially because I've already seen and lived through it in real time. But I want everyone to know what the media will not cover and will not say about him. He was the best dad a girl could ask for. My sister and I never needed for anything. You call, he would answer, and he would do whatever it is you needed. And if he didn't know how, he would figure out how. He could talk and make friends with anyone, which he was doing all day yesterday and loved every minute of it. He was a man of God, loved Jesus fiercely, and also looked after our church and our members as family. People will not tell you that he died a real-life hero. The media is not going to tell you how quickly he threw my mom and I to the ground. They are not going to tell you that he shielded my body from the bullets that came at us. He loved us enough to take a real bullet for us. And I want nothing more than to cry on him and tell him thank you. I want nothing more than to wake up and for this not to be reality for me and my family. We lost a selfless, loving husband, father, brother, uncle, son, and friend. And I will never stop thinking about him and mourning over him until the day that I die too. June 13th will forever be a day that changed my life. I will never be the same person I was less than 24 hours ago. There were a lot of children out there who say their dad is their hero, but my dad really is mine. I don't think I would be here today without him. Dad, I love you so much that there aren't enough words to express how deep that love goes. I know you'll give heaven some hell. I know God is proud of the man that came to his gates yesterday. I don't say that just to be sappy. I say it because we need to know these names of these people. And we need to know why. These names now have an end date on their tombstone. And how many more would if the enemy, meaning the progressive left, who wants to label you a Nazi, had their way? And, just to be clear, these people, the comparators, they have a GoFundMe. We're going to put that link up, GoFundMe campaign for the family. And just to help out, in case I know some people, your money is tight. Some of you are thinking about joining Mug Club going into the election. Right now, if you use the promo code HERO, you get $10 off. Mug Club, $89 annually. And every single dime goes to the family, comparators, to their GoFundMe. At least for the next day of this broadcast. Use that promo code. You can join up and also support their GoFundMe. We hope that we can mail them a really big check, just like we did with David Dorn's family and Hurricane Harvey. It's one of those things where people act surprised. Genuinely, are you surprised? I've been on an emotional roller coaster. Surprise was not a feeling amongst them. This is the natural progression of what we have seen from the left, from the enemy. You cannot tell people that a man is trying to assume a dictatorship role and remove your fundamental basic freedoms, that he wants to put you in camps, lock you up, and kill. You cannot do that and then say, hey, let's tone this down. I was actually watching former Vice President Biden's speech, in which I don't believe he used the term assassination attempt, but I could be wrong. You can go and check the tape. And he was saying, I'm calling my friend Donald, and there's never a reason for this political violence. I sat there. I'm telling you, this is different from how it would have been. Take Obama, Romney. Take Barack Obama, McCain. Take George W. Bush, John Kerry, George Bush, Al Gore. If someone were to issue a statement like that in one of those races, you'd say, yeah, okay. In this case, I'm going, wait a second. You just called him a sucker and a liar and a criminal and a dictator. And that he wants to put black people back in chains, right? He wants to strip women of their rights. He wants to do away with the Constitution. You told people that this man was a convicted felon. By the way, clever move. Convict him of a felony that no one's actually been convicted of. Tell people that he's a criminal, that he's a danger, that he will end the country as we know it. And then say, but we need to dial down the temperature here. This should never happen. I talked about this the moment it happened. We used to have this ethical question, this quandary. If you could go back in time, would you kill baby Hitler? Now, the reason that it's an ethical dilemma is because, of course, you'd probably kill Hitler if you could go back in time and had a clear shot. But would you kill a baby? Juxtaposing the innocence of a baby at that point in time versus the evil that you know it will become, would you be able to kill baby Hitler? Here's why the question is not, if you could go back in time, would you kill adult Hitler? Because everyone would say yes. Every single person would say yes. Well, what do you think happens when you say that you've got new adult Hitler right now? And what do you think happens when you say that everyone who supports him or has a red baseball cap is also a Hitler supporter? You've removed the baby component. There is no ethical quandary. Would you kill Hitler? Yes. He's Hitler. People who say that, and people who've been parroting that for years, don't get to ask you to not be pissed. They don't get to tell you to stop fighting like hell. They don't get to tell you to dial down that temperature. I tell you what, I will change my rhetoric and I will retract that these people are the enemy of the American people. And I mean the Washington, D.C. entertainment industry, media industrial complex. The moment every single person who has come out and made those accusations say, I was wrong. Hey, he's not a racist. He's not a sexist. He's certainly not a fascist or a Nazi. And his voters and supporters aren't. We do not have a contingency of racism in the GOP, as we've been saying. No one wants to commit a transgenocide. That's not true. When they do that, then you can be asked to tone down your temperature. Otherwise, it's just like Hamas raping and kidnapping people on the 7th and then demanding a ceasefire. So I don't ask you to tone it down at all. I don't believe that this is a time where we all come together as a country. If you think this is irresponsible, if you think I'm wrong, that's fine. You can let me know. I think that this is a time to fight like hell. I think it's a time to recognize that this has been going on for a long time. Before they try and take your life, they take your name. They tried it, didn't work with President Trump. They're still doing it with other people. Many of you, and including yours truly, recognize what is happening before it reaches that point. And recognize the active threat and who is your actual enemy. If you, again, in your heart of hearts, know that you are not a racist, that you are not a sexist, that you are not a transgenocidist, that you are not a transphobe, insert whatever phobe or ist here. If you know that about yourself, and if you know that to be true about President Trump, or believe it to be true, but if you know it about yourself, anyone who you encounter who accuses you of being otherwise is your enemy. I hope I've been crystal clear. Now we'll get into the details. On with the show. You often...
So that's pretty much, he went through pretty much everything. So there's a couple of more things that I want to go through.
And what you need to know, what's true, what's not, how the shooting transpired, who's been involved. And we also have a guest. We actually have the Deputy Director of Communications for President Trump, Caroline Sunshine. Is Caroline? Someone let me know.
Looks like Caroline.
They're spelled the same way. So she's going to be on, and she's been with the president since that has all taken place, but we'll have her on. And I think everything we need to know and who really is to blame here, because there's a lot that we don't know, and that won't stop people from telling you that they know and filling in the blanks. We're not going to do that. I'll let you know when something is my opinion today. Versus also, we have a new TriCaster, so I'm not used to the headphones. It's a little bit different.
Is it loud?
Well, a failed Encino Man to have not seen it, but for those who have not, here's the video.
If you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened. We ready?
Okay, we are watching live at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, where former President Trump was speaking on the stage. There has been some kind of disturbance that clearly sets law enforcement and Secret Service into motion, immediately jumping around the former president in a protective mode. The crowd has been screaming. They are standing by. You can hear some voices there saying, "Are we ready to go? Are we ready to go?" We are looking at President Trump. This does not
That
look
moment
good. I'm going to be
when
honest
he was down
with
on
you,
the
from
ground.
what we can see right here, it looks like they are attempting to move him out, that he
There
may
you
have
go.
been injured.
He had to have a talk with himself.
He is holding up his arm. He is pumping his fist, but clearly Secret Service wants to get him out of this situation.
So that moment, first off, and this wasn't a joke when I commented on X. Some people are trying to say bullet dodging Don. Zoom. Bullet, ear. Found out what was going on. Kind of understood something was going on. Didn't have all the information. Crouched down. Fist up. Walked out. For contrast, picture former Vice President Joe Biden ducking. The man can't hinge at the hips. And I guarantee you when Donald Trump went down, and even if he wasn't severely injured, and thank God that it doesn't seem to be that severe, the shock sets in. And he had to have a talk with himself. No one would have faulted him for not getting up or being ushered off stage in a crouched position. No one would have. Most people would have done that. Guarantee you he had a conversation with himself. Get up. Get up. Show how you are different. That's where he won the election. We know two things. We know that Joe Biden will never be president of the United States after this coming in 2025. We know that. We don't know how the election transpires. We know he won't be president. He lost it at that debate when he said that he beat Medicare. And we know that Donald Trump is different. Everyone out there, even if you hate him, you know that the guy has a brass pair. And before leaving the stage, I think we have another angle here. He decided to not only get up, and he was then, of course, blamed for this from the left. The people who talk about victim blaming, he was blamed for being irresponsible when he pumped his fist and yelled, "Fight, fight." And of course, that led to this now iconic photo for those of you who have not seen it. There's your president.
Ooh.
There is your president. Like it or not, I like it.
Yeah, it's a shot of the century right there.
Comment below. Muhammad Ali over, I don't know, was it Foreman or Frazier? I believe it was over Foreman. Rumble in the Jungle. Like, not even close. That Johnny Cash, the Grand Ole Opry, giving the finger. Not even close to that. I don't think that he could have handled it better. I really don't. I don't think many people would have handled it that well at all. Certainly don't think that former Vice President Biden did. So who's to blame? Let's walk through this here. What happened with Secret Service, who the shooter is, what we know. Let's first go through who to blame. Of course, the shooter, always. The responsibility, the accountability, of course, starts and stops with the person who pulled the trigger. I wish we could just say that, but that's not the case. And you'll have people on the left say it's guns. And you'll have people on the left even say it's Trump. The assassination on President Trump, the assassination attempt on President Trump was actually his fault. Shouldn't have been wearing that skirt to the nightclub. So immediately, the media did their best to try and spin this and blame President Trump for his own attempted assassination?
Tim, you said you don't know which direction this goes. What could change it?
Donald Trump could change it. Donald Trump could emerge and say that enough is enough. If, on the other hand, it's once again a discussion of good versus evil, and if you're not on his side, you're evil, I fear more tension. I worry about more violence. So I believe
you fear it
in this moment.
Do you fear it?
It's Donald Trump.
I do want to say there was one thing that when I watched the tape, I found odd because of all of the heated rhetoric. And that is that after he was hit, former President Trump got up and said, fight, fight, fight. I think what we're hearing from people is that's not the message that we want to be sending right now. We want to tamp it down.
I believe the opposite of that. And I think most Americans do too. For reference, see the 20-point bump in popularity from every presidential assassination attempt. The message is not fight, fight, fight. The man was just shot. Now, to be clear, whether you agree or I don't care who it is. If someone just survived a shooting that was designed specifically for them, I don't care if he told your mothers to go fornicate themselves with a wire brush. I think he has a moment of grace because he was just shot. And you're mad that he said fight, fight, fight. You know, if he hadn't been shot, they have to pull it back a little bit because all this has backfired. They would have turned that into a moment just like, hey, you're not going to have a country. Fight like hell. You're not going to have a country anymore. Even though he said make your voices heard peacefully and patriotically, right? They lied about that. They would have tried to do that with this, but they're like, oh, we can't because he got shot. He doesn't have the right to say fight, fight, fight. He has the right to say kill him. Crucify him. I say nail him to that. I want to see him nailed to that roof. And everyone would say, yeah. Why? Because America. They are so beyond parody. And to continue in that vein, former MSNBC anchor Badi Hassan added this. Someone just said on CNN that both sides need to tone down the rhetoric. Absurd. There is no democratic liberal equivalent to the nonstop incitement of violence from Trump, MTG, Gates, Kari Lake, others. The next few days of both sides BS is going to kill me. You know what, Hassan? We agree. We agree. The next few days of both sides BS, it's going to kill me too. If one of your crazed lunatics who believes what you say doesn't get to me first. There is no equivalency. You mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene. You mentioned Kari Lake. Okay. How about former Vice President Biden himself? How about Kamala Harris? How about every single member of the DNC with a national platform or influence telling the American people that the greatest threat to democracy, the man who will end America as we know it, the man who is just like Hitler, who is a racist, sexist, homophobic bigot, who rapes women, all of these. Okay. How about there's no equivalent to those people? And you know what? I genuinely mean this. I was watching Biden before I get to the montage, which I do believe that our team here has put this together more effectively than anyone. It's going to be a long montage. I ask that you watch it. There is no doubt that the left has fomented this kind of hatred. Okay? No doubt. You can argue with me if you want. You're wrong. When I watched Joe Biden saying, hey, you know, we don't need this kind of political violence, and he says he's trying to turn, you called him a criminal. You called him a racist, a sexist, a Nazi, Hitler. And I thought, hey, if there happened to be an assassination attempt on Joe Biden, God forbid, and I mean that, God forbid, and Donald Trump gave a speech, I thought if the shoe's on the other foot, if President Trump said, you know, my friend Joe, and this is wrong, this is uncalled for, I thought, my God, you know what? He really would have more of a leg to stand on. Because Donald Trump said he would pardon members of the Biden family. If you look at his insults to Biden, he doesn't say he's Hitler. He doesn't say that he's evil and he's trying to shrink wrap your uterus. He doesn't say that about Biden. You know what he says? He says he doesn't know what he's doing. Says, I don't even think he knows what he said. He doesn't even know where he is right now. It's people around him. And President Donald Trump has certainly never vilified the people who vote for Joe Biden as Nazis and fascists. Donald Trump could say, hey, this is uncalled for. This is not something that I have ever wanted, advocated, or implied. And it actually would be far more authentic than former Vice President Joe Biden saying that. Comment below if you disagree. It was a blast of cold water in my face. I said, you know what, Donald Trump, I get it, can be a bombastic prick sometimes. He hasn't vilified his political opponent as a man worthy of death. And I say that because when you say a man is like Hitler, you are saying he is worthy of death. Plainly. The left is consistently, and this is a long montage here because I want you to remember, just like the names of those victims, they have consistently, they have fervent, and passionately, and without end in sight, referred to President Trump as a dictator, a traitor, a threat to democracy, and yes, even Hitler.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
If reelected, he will be a dictator on day one.
MAGA Republicans do not respect the Constitution.
And I will quote, terminate the United States Constitution.
Authoritarianism and totalitarianism.
A person who's telling them, I'm going to be a dictator.
Well, Hitler was duly elected.
That's right.
Right?
Autocracy and dictatorship.
The dehumanizing rhetoric of Adolf Hitler.
Who I got to vote for to keep Hitler out the White House.
There has never been an individual who is a greater threat to our republic than Donald Trump.
He's an existential threat to democracy.
I own it all. I am a dictator.
Like acts committed by a dictator, or even says he will be one.
I mean, that is Nazi imagery.
So dictatorial, authoritarian tendencies.
He wants to build camps for millions of people.
He will be a dictator on day one.
The term vermin was really effectively used by Adolf Hitler and by Mussolini.
Things that we see happening today is sort of a sleepwalking into dictatorship in the United States.
He wants to assert autocratic powers. They've just given him a license for dictatorship.
What did President Trump, what he did today is straight out of a dictator's playbook.
It has historically been the province of dictators like Vladimir Putin, Benito Mussolini, Joseph Stalin, or Adolf Hitler.
He is behaving like a Hitler or Mussolini-style fascist dictator.
Donald Trump is a great threat to our democracy.
He could be violent, that he would connect himself to violent people, and that he figured he was above the law.
Donald Trump believes that he should be the ruler, the dictator of the United States of America.
Trump and the extreme MAGA Republicans quote a clear and present danger to our democracy.
So let me ask you this. If someone's a clear and present danger to our democracy, if someone who, if God forbid they are elected, is going to assume the role of dictator, and you follow that up by falsely convicting him, prosecuting him, ensuring that he's ineligible, destroy his life, try and take away his ability to make a living, and that doesn't work, what's the next logical sequence of events? You have to eliminate the threat. We'll have no more. We won't have a democracy, which it's not, but let's assume someone is educated who's listening. We won't have a constitutional republic anymore if he's president. We've done everything we can. He's still standing. Make sure he's not standing. That's what happened. Someone said, make sure he's not standing. Because the entire DNC party said, this man cannot be the last one standing. Don't act like this isn't the natural progression of events. Also, ironically, when Donald Trump held his fist up for all of this rhetoric regarding dictators, or regarding the fact that he would be a dictator, when he held up his fist after someone shot him, dictators across the country, across the globe, or any in this country, collectively went, shit. Putin asked his staff if it was too late to run Facebook ads for Biden. Think they want to deal with that guy? Also, 5 days before this assassination attempt, Biden said this to donors on a call. According to Politico, I have one job. That's to beat Donald Trump. So we're done talking about the debate. It's time to put Trump in a bullseye. Now, to be fair, that in and of itself would be nothing. Kind of like when they tried to make a big deal with Sarah Palin saying target these districts to flip these seats. But it's not nothing when you just called him a fascist and the greatest threat to our republic. And you've accused that party of...
All right. So I'll move on from Crowder. I mean, it sums it up. It sums it up so well. The things that he has said in this, I don't know how long, in this 1 hour that I've played, or maybe not quite an hour. It sums it all up. So I'll ask nicely, if anybody's listening, if you are on the side of people and you really believe that me or anybody I support, which includes former President Trump and future President Trump, if you believe he is a racist, xenophobe, homophobe, dictator, neo-Nazi, a Hitler, any of those things, it's the one and only time I'll ask nicely to unsubscribe from me. Because from here on, I'm not going to be quiet about how I feel. It's time for being peaceful and just taking it on the chin. Well, that's over. We've been quiet for too long, and look what it's got us to. People's been quiet. They've taken this shit and said, let's be the bigger person for way too long. That's why we are where we are, because people haven't stood up and said, no, this is fucking wrong. You're destroying everything about our country. You are destroying everything that we stand for as a country. Stop it. Pelosi, Schumer, Maxine Waters, all you motherfuckers, Gavin Newsom, all of you, and not just the politicians, not just them, the media that carries water for all of them politicians, the CNNs, the MSNBCs, all of them. You're to blame for what happened Saturday. %, you are to blame. Of course, the person with the gun is ultimately the one, that's the person that did it. They're the ones that pull the trigger. But why did it get to that point? A 20-year-old that hasn't even begun life yet, all he's heard for almost 10 years, probably the majority of the time he's been paying attention to politics, 3-4 years now? I mean, really, when did you start paying attention to politics? For people that are 30, 35, 40, 45, when did you start paying attention to politics? Was it when you was 10? No. Probably when you were just becoming able to vote. When you were just starting to learn about, I have something that I can do. I have to register with Selective Service, and, I can register to vote, blah, blah, blah. That's probably when you started learning about politics and how things worked in this country. I mean, of course, years ago, we were taught in school about politics. We actually had classes in economics and politics and all that shit. They don't do that no more. Because if you teach people history, you can't dumb them down, can you? You can't dumb down an entire generation if they know history. So for the majority, or I'd say for probably 100% of this 20-year-old's life as far as pertaining to politics, everything that this 20-year-old paid attention to as far as politics when it comes to Democrat, Republican, and Independent, everything that comes along with all of that, all of the baggage in politics, this 20-year-old has seen nothing but how Donald Trump is a fascist. Donald Trump is a racist. He's a xenophobe. He's a homophobe. He rapes women. He says mean things on Twitter. He's very mean. Oh, by the way, he's also Hitler. Yeah, this guy, he's also Hitler. And like Crowder said, was anybody surprised that somebody took it to heart? And please don't do the mentally ill, whatever thing. No, I don't want to hear it. No, they believed what they were told. You can say mentally ill if you want to. I don't think so. Not if you look around at what this guy, this 20-year-old was not an idiot. In fact, I would say he was kind of intelligent. Was in a few clubs in school. But he believed what he was fed. He believed the bullshit that they've been touting for the last 7-8 years now. And really, how bad was it under Trump when Trump was president? How bad was it? How many wars did we get into? How was things at home? How was your paycheck? Was it better or worse? And I really wish the fucking virus wasn't part of it. And you still got Biden out here claiming when he took office that inflation was sky high and all this other shit. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. That's the memory hole shit that they do. That's that memory hole bullshit they try to pull. What's even worse is there is a subset of voters that they say, you're too dumb to make your own decisions. Here's what you need to do. Here's how you need to vote. You're not smart enough, so believe us. Let us tell you, okay, this guy is another Hitler. And in order to not have another Hitler in the White House, we need to put this guy in. You know, the guy that shits on himself, the guy that shakes hands with midair with nobody. It's a crying fucking shame that we're even discussing this. And you know, we could be sitting here talking about a totally different thing. It could have went a totally different way. It could have been so different if Trump had not turned, what would we be doing? What would we do come November? Really? We would be fucked. To try and squander around and find somebody to put on the fucking ticket in November. Anybody. What would we do? There's never going to be another Donald Trump. I'm sorry, there's just not. There's never going to be another one. And we almost lost the one shot we've got to reverse this irreversible path our country's on. And when you look at it in the grand scheme, you think, you know, it's just 4 years. Like, really, what can you do in 4 years? Well, you know, we could always hope that Trump would run for another term, but then he'll be as old as Biden when he gets out. Now, if he's still cognitively there, if he's still as sharp at 86 as he is right now at 78, fine. I'm good with it. But being president takes a lot out of a person. And mentally, I think, yeah, he'll still be sharp. I think he will. He'll still be as sharp as he is right now. But will he be able to do what's necessary? I don't know. You know, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he could be vice president to somebody. You know, at this point, I don't care about J.D. Vance. I'm not saying the guy is a bad guy or anything like that. I'm not saying, I'm just saying I don't really, right. J.D. Vance is not important to me right now. Really, he's just there to help enact the Trump agenda. You know, that's all he's for. And anything's better than Camellia or whatever her fucking name is. But here's one more thing.
Sources are that very few people who were at that event, who were post standers, who were security personnel, happened this weekend. I spoke to President Trump this morning. He is, I'm telling you, in unbelievably good spirits. He's a warrior. I think I let him know on your behalf. I told him we have a really large MAGA crowd out there that listens to our show. And I said to him, you're all proud of him. I said to him, you've got, you know, nerves, man. You got balls of steel. I didn't know any other way to say it. And I'm telling you, he's in good spirits. I have some breaking news about this catastrophe that happened this weekend, because that's what it was. Number one, I have from sources are that very few people who were at that event, who were post standers, who were security personnel, very few were actual Secret Service agents. This is just a really stunning development. I want you to think about what I just said. The guy with probably the highest threat level on planet Earth, up there with the Pope, Obama, people with incredible name ID, everybody's going to recognize, who have big security footprints. we were out there with very, very few Secret Service poststanders. Many of them, what we used to call back in the day, OTAs, other Treasury agents, they wound up being outsourced security personnel from other agencies. Not that these aren't good people, but folks, are we serious? We don't have Secret Service agents protecting the Secret Services, probably at this point, most threatened protectee. That is absolutely insane. I'm not sure you heard that. I said it anywhere else. I think I spoke about it a little bit on Jesse's show last night. But here's another thing I'm hearing from sources, that this subject, they had been monitoring him since he came in around that external perimeter area. The subject who was the shooter. They lost track of him, apparently, and he was hiding in a building about 300 yards away. Folks, if they had this subject in their on their, say, their radar, that you had a potential threat, I think the questions right now are fairly obvious. Why was President Trump even on stage at that point? He should have not been on stage. It's ridiculous. I mean, if you know you're in a situation with a potential threat out there, just delay the event for a little bit. I mean, listen, we've got to talk candidly about this stuff. Again, I don't want to hear about Monday morning quarterbacking anything. This isn't a freaking football game, man. This is the life of the president of the United States. This isn't a joke. I saw some guy online talking about how, oh, people make mistakes. We don't get to make mistakes. What are you talking about, make mistakes? This is the Secret Service. There's no opportunity for mistakes. Do you remember what the IRA said, the Irish Republican Army, when they said with the Margaret Thatcher when they missed her with the bomb plot? They said, you guys got to be lucky every day. We only have to be lucky once. We don't have the opportunity to make mistakes. All right, so guys, let's get into this.
So, yeah. And look, a shot from 130 yards, I don't know if people realize just how close that is. That's a football field. An entire football field is 120 yards, okay? You're talking about the student section at a football stadium from the other end zone. The student section on one side of a football field to the student section on the other is about the distance this guy was from Trump. And he had a tactical vantage point. He had high ground. And a higher caliber rifle that was able to travel that far and not lose any velocity. When that guy climbed up the ladder and a cop climbed up behind him and the cop topped the building and the guy pointed a gun at the cop and the cop went back down the ladder and didn't engage. So you can point a gun at an officer and they'll just leave you alone now? That's how this works? If they've said, I haven't heard, they said, quote, AR style rifle. I don't know that it was an AR-15. I do know they said that it came from this boy's daddy. There was some weird shit. Weird shit. This whole thing was just fucking weird. You know, they didn't have enough Secret Service. Trump's campaign team requested more Secret Service detail and was denied. So fuck you, Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Maxine Waters and all you old dinosaur bitches and bastards that's been in Washington, D.C. for 50 fucking years. All of you that want to hang on to power so bad that now some of your people are out here saying the quiet part out loud, talking about, oh God, take shooting lessons, y'all, and shit like that. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're the problem. You are the problem. You know, I live in an area where we wouldn't put up with this kind of shit. We wouldn't see this kind of shit. Trump ain't got to worry about coming here. I mean, he might pass through Birmingham, but he really don't have to come here and campaign. I can tell you right now which way Alabama's going to go, because I know. I live in the heart of the South. Yeah, we got a couple of whack jobs here and there. Birmingham is fucking a Democratic shithole. The mayor sucks. Like, but other than that, I mean, Tuscaloosa ain't much better. The mayor of Tuscaloosa tried to run for governor a couple of years back. That didn't fly well. Democrats not going to get elected here. It's not going to happen. I mean, they just tried to take out the best thing that we have for our country. And people can say, oh, you're crazy for thinking that. I'm looking at what he did when he was in office, the policies that he is, what he's for and what he's against, what he wants to do, the way he wants the direction for this country to go in. That's what I'm looking at. I feel like Trump wants the America that he saw in the 80s and 90s. That's what he's wanting. That's what he wants to get back. That's the America that we all know, but we haven't seen it in over 2 decades. What do we have to do to get that America back? And hey, what's up, little me? Some of these news outlets, they want to, oh, this is like a 9/11 style thing. We need to come together as a country and put our differences aside, blah, 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 blah. No, the fuck we don't. No, the fuck we don't, because that's not going to solve the problem. That's not going to get rid of what's caused this and got us to this point. Coming together, that's what we've done all along. It ain't working. No, it's time to root these motherfuckers out. All these people that feel this way about Trump, enough is enough. It's time to stand up and say, do you even know what the fuck you're talking about? Well, Trump's a racist. No, he's not. If y'all go back and listen to Filthy's Live from Sunday, and I know they said, they could barely hear. I was at a hospital, not working. I wasn't at work. This was on my own time. Had a family member in the hospital this weekend in Birmingham. And this nurse come in just to do the rounds, basically the hourly check, do the BP and temp and all that stuff. It was a black woman. It was a black nurse. She was an RN. And she had a strong New York accent. You could tell if you go back and listen, you can hear her speaking. She had a New York accent. She had a pretty strong accent. You could tell she was New York or somewhere around that area. What she said, you know, I used to work up there at a hospital that was close to Trump Towers. And I was like, what? You know, because she started a conversation. It was playing on the TV because, I mean, it was the day after. Everybody was talking about it. So this nurse comes in to do her stuff, and she gets finished with everything. And she says about the TV show that was on, she says, oh, that's crazy that happened. And I was like, well, yeah, but what can you expect when, you know, there's been so many people that's been out here all this time saying the things they've said. I said, they've done everything they could to try and ruin this man. They've called him a racist and all these other things. And there's nothing out there to show that he's racist. And she said, well, no, I worked at a hospital and we would get together and go out to lunch. And, you know, there were some nicer restaurants around that area. And once in a while we would go to a nicer restaurant, and it was near Trump Tower. And we'd get finished eating and get up to go pay. And they would say, oh, it's already been taken care of. Mr. Trump paid it. Mr. Trump paid the bill. That's from a fucking person that was there. This is not hearsay. If you go, I was trying to let it play because I wanted people to hear it, but she was there. Now, she didn't say she'd ever met him or anything like that, but she was there, seen firsthand the generosity the man had. That's the kind of man that Trump is. You think somebody would just change overnight and be like, oh, I don't like that color no more? No, there's nothing. There's nothing. The man has been called everything that could possibly be put on a person. And where is any proof whatsoever? Is there any out there? Any at all? Yeah, I saw that shit. I saw Trump standing there with Ben Carson. Because that ruins the narrative. It ruins the narrative if they say anything positive. So if there's anybody to blame, I really wanted to get into some square shit. I need to get off the politics but damn, this is how it goes. This is how it gets memory holed. Because I promise you, they're going to try to memory hold this assassination attempt. They wouldn't even fucking... Joe Biden got up on a fucking speech and wouldn't even call it what it was. The media, popping sounds heard at Trump rally. That's an actual headline. Popping sounds. Popping sounds heard at Trump rally? What the fuck is wrong with you people? But he's racist. Got to remember, he's racist, guys. Okay? I mean, fuck. You can't go around calling somebody all this stuff. I mean, look, if I were to come into this community 4 years ago, 3 years ago, and you had some group of people that followed me around and came and told everybody, hey, that guy, he's a piece of shit, he's a racist and homophobe and all this other shit. Well, after a while, after about 20 or 30 people repeat the same message, you're probably going to start believing it, even without proof. So you've had 20 or 30 media outlets over the last 7 or 8 years that's repeated the same shit about Trump. He's this and he's that, and he's this and he's that. Trump is a boss in more ways than one. He's not just the boss of a company. Trump is a fucking boss. Imagine somebody just tried to take your life. Somebody tried to put your brain matter on the sidewalk, on a stage. They tried to make you assume room temperature, whatever. You stand up and pump your fist and say, fight. That man has no fear. He has no fear. It takes a special kind of person. Because there for a little bit, I was like, man, what's going to happen? Like, what's going to come of this? Is he going to say, hey, I've had enough. Like, I've had enough. I can't do this. I wouldn't have blamed him. I wouldn't have blamed him if he'd have come out and said, I'm sorry, I can't do this. It's not worth me losing my life over. That man ain't stopped. He ain't slowed down. It ain't done nothing but empower him even more. It's emboldened him even more. And I'm waiting on Thursday. I'm waiting on Thursday because that's when Trump's going to speak. And he said he has rewritten his entire speech for Thursday, that his speech was going to be totally different up until this happened on Saturday. And now he's tossed it and rewritten the whole thing. And I can't wait to hear what he's got to say. They all do. They all need to be. It's time to start holding them accountable. Now, whether or not they're held accountable through their pocketbook or in a court or just people saying, hey, I've had enough and I'm not watching this bullshit anymore. Just turn it off. Fucking just turn it off. You want to find news? Go to Newsmax or go to somebody like Bongino or Crowder and get your news from that. What happened to the days where media put the story out and let you draw your own conclusions? Oh, wait, you can't spin a narrative if you do that. You got to spin it a certain way. There's a reason why they were so adamant about, oh, it was just popping sounds heard. There's a reason why they waited. They were hesitant to come out and say gunshots heard at Trump rally. and instead said popping sounds. There's a reason. We all know what it is. But you fucked up. All of you people that are on that side that have that same mindset that Trump is a xenophobe, homophobe, racist, he's a Hitler, he's a neo-Nazi or Nazi, whatever. You fucked up. You fucked up. Because you're not going to get that chance again. And now people's going to be coming for you. I'm not saying there should be any violence. I'm not saying, do anything to anybody. I'm just saying you fucked up. YouTube probably don't like what I'm saying. Might lose my channel, might lose the stream. I don't care. It's not intimidating for YouTube to threaten me with, oh, you've got this channel where, you're barely monetized and I got a few members and I'll start doing political streams in the members only probably. But, we're going to take that from you. Okay. And you're not going to shut me up. So what? You take a YouTube channel. It's just a little place on the internet. I mean, that's all it is. I can still say the things I want to say. I don't have to have a YouTube channel to say it. I can make another one. Hell, I probably got 40, 50 still left from where I made all the ones I made. Well, I like what Crowder's doing. I like that that Crowder's going to have live election results and live accountability on election day. He's designed this website where if you see something suspicious at a polling location, you can report it to Crowder. They'll verify it, and then if it's accurate, it'll be posted for all the followers to see. I like that because we've been beholden to fucking media for everything when it comes to elections. Oh, we've got our screen up and it looks like Florida's going to go Trump. Oh wait, no, Florida's going for Biden. Wow, look at that. The numbers just flipped, guys. Oh, this just in. There's a water main break in Fulton County in Georgia. They cannot continue counting votes tonight. But as of right now, Trump is winning in Georgia. Oh, wait, we can mysteriously start recounting votes again in Georgia. We're just going to keep going and, wading through the water and keep counting because it's important. What do you know? It flipped for Biden. Bullshit. Oh, these voting machines can't, they can't be hacked, they're not even connected to the internet. Hey, stuff that Cat 5 cable a little further under the desk. It's showing. I see these voting machines because our polling location used to be our fire department and it was too small. There wasn't enough room in there for them to get everything. So they moved it. But I see these voting machines. I've seen the voting machines come in. We have to go down there and let them in when they bring them around. And they wasn't nowhere near the internet. Ours didn't connect to the internet. You think I didn't want to hook it up and try, though? I sure did. But I didn't. I get everybody in trouble. All right, let's go. Let's look at some square. Let's bring. I guess we'll bring the tone down a little, but I still feel the same way. Fuck the left. Fuck these people that want to tell everybody you don't get to feel the way you feel. You don't get to be upset and feel the way you feel because it hurts our feelings. But oh, that man is a Hitler. That's a guy that guy that you want to vote for. He's like Hitler. He's going to tear up our Constitution, throw it away. Our country will not exist anymore if Donald Trump is elected. No, fuck you. Fuck you. And then you want to call people election deniers because they want to recount? Well, that didn't happen in 2004. Florida did it. They didn't go around calling people election deniers then. With Bush v. Gore. No, Florida just recounted. But now all of a sudden, oh, Trump wants a recount. Oh, you election denier, you. Are you one of those? Well, yes, the fuck I am. Yes, the fuck I am. Because I just don't believe. I don't believe that Joe Biden from his basement got more votes in 2020 than the first black president ever elected in this country. I don't believe it. You can if you want to. I don't. I have common sense. I know we just come out of a pandemic where people ride around in their car alone without a mask on. I still see people riding around in their car alone with the window down and a mask on. I saw one yesterday in an ambulance. I was in the ambulance coming back from somewhere, a long ass ride we had to take. And at an intersection, I see somebody with the window down wearing a mask. How dumb are you? Really? I mean, it just, and you're telling me after you shut down this whole country over a virus that suddenly enough people voted to top the first black president ever elected. That's what you're telling me? Okay. All right. I hear you. You keep that extremist bullshit over there, though, because I don't want no part of it. I'm not dumb. I am not dumb. This shit that happened, this shit that happened Saturday shows you just how bad they want to keep their stranglehold on power. Power equals money. Money equals power. This is a key representative of how bad they want that power. And they're willing to do anything and everything. They want to take your rights, they want to take your guns, and they want to dumb you down. That's their goal. Just be dumb, do what we say, vote how we say, everything will be fine. Anyway, let's listen to some of this.
Really beat Brad Schiff, y'all.
Look, he's on here. He's got some woman, and the woman looks like a nice lady. So I was not going to go live again, but then I saw this, and I thought, how dumb do you have to be? So this is Rocco here, right? And just listen to this little clip. He's on here. He's got some woman, and the woman looks like a nice lady. I don't know her, but I just got to imagine, like, what do these people get being on Rocco's stream? Because Rocco is out of his fucking mind. He saw Stranger Things and some other documentaries about Montauk, which really wasn't focused on super soldiers. It was more focused on psychological experiments. The super soldiers is a small, like, it's not even the bulk of the stuff that they talk about. If you watch Stranger Things, or like, for instance, the Montauk conspiracy alleges that there was United States government projects conducted at Camp Hero or Montauk Air Force Station in New York for the purpose of developing psychological warfare techniques on exotic research, including time travel. It originated in the Montauk Project series of books by Preston Nichols, which intermixes those stories with stories about the Bulgarian experiment. Things about repressed memories of their involvement and things to do with basically, the guy Preston Nichols claimed, keyword claimed, to have recovered repressed memories of their involvement, that they were basically abducted to continue participation against his will. The center on topics including military experiments in time travel, teleportation, mind control, contact with extraterrestrial life, and staging faked Apollo moon landings, framed as developments that followed the 1943 Philadelphia experiment. So very little has to do with super soldiers at all. I think that's just something that he focused heavily on. You know, that's my theory on it. So yeah, it's crazy. You mean to tell me I'm not? Oh, yeah. I was wondering if I can't believe I was live for 3 minutes and not one viewer. Don't you guys got to come in here and record every second? Come on, don't you? Yeah, we don't really give a shit. But I think this is funny, and just so people will see it later, listen to what this fucking dude says. All right, first of all, you have been screaming and stuff. I defended you when I was trying to be your friend. Remember that, Rocco? And you turned and you went back, and you turned again and came back, and then you turned again, and then ever since then you've been, doing your own thing, which is cool. But anyone taking this shit serious as it's real needs to do some reading on what the Montauk Project is and what you come across, because it's not like you think. Let's check this out. Now listen to this. He threatens. All right, I do feel for him that little me and them are still messing with him and whatnot. But still, this was just dumb right here to say this. Listen.
Because I already got keynote on you from a very, very good source. So you better keep on. And that's why they just keep getting banned. And I've banned several of them. Lily of the Valley, I'm about to ban you. Because I already got keynote on you from a very, very good source. So you better start talking now.
One thing I know about you, Rocco, you don't play. You don't play.
No, I do not play. I do not play, especially when I'm back into my regular self, where I've accepted a lot of things, where I'm past that point, where
you need to accept that you need to stop playing pretend reality. That's what you need to do. You've got 2 kids, from what I heard that you said, and you're about to threaten the mother of those 2 kids and admit about how you threatened her. See, if you had listened to people that were trying to be your friends, you would have never said, well, then again, it don't matter how many times people try to be friends with him, you couldn't tell him shit. Everybody can kind of be like that. I get it. I got a hard head myself, but there comes a point where you got to, peel back that layer and listen.
I'm not yelling and screaming. I'm laughing. I'm calling them names. But I'm doing what a talk show host would do, is making fun.
You're not a talk show host. I'm sorry.
Of other people. You want to sit there and call me a woman beater. You want to sit there and call me all these names. I will personally put you on the phone with my kid's mom. And, I already told my kid.
Now, look, he just said, I'll personally put you on the phone with her. Listen.
Mom, if you talk to any of these people, I'm taking you to court. I'm taking you to court.
I'd like to see that.
You act friendly with these people, I am taking you to court, and we are going to get custody battle.
I wonder who would win.
Going, because you're entertaining internet information. I threatened her. I threatened her over and over, and I'll continue if I have to. You know, you're entertaining internet information. I threatened her. I threatened her over and over, and I'll continue if I have to. Threatened her. I threatened her over and over, and I'll continue if I have to. I threatened her over and over, and I'll continue if I have to. I threatened her over and over, and I'll continue if I have to. I threatened her over and over, and I'll continue if I have to. You know,
That's an unhinged person right there. Listen, you don't get to do that. You point out the stuff for what it is, but you don't threaten the mother of your children to not talk to people that obviously are trying to cause problems in your life. If she can't figure that out, then what you should do is, with your threatening of the court, you should keep that to yourself and maybe do it. But I don't think even if you'd done things smart like that, you would still. I mean, she's had the children probably since they've been born, right? You know, they're going to look at what's best, and it wouldn't be best for a growing people or children when they've been used to an environment or whatever to just get moved all of a sudden because he doesn't like the fact that the mother might talk to someone else that doesn't like him and is talking bad about it. I mean, do you realize how ridiculous that's going to sound to a judge? Because that's what it boils down to.
You know, I don't need a woman.
Oh, we're listening to this weird dude, Rocco. He believes that he was a fucking super soldier experiment on Montauk, and every now and then he's got alter identities and he gets, taken away, and he's completely aware of it though too. Like the government must not be doing a good enough job because he's completely aware of it.
Net information. I threatened her. I threatened her over and over.
Listen to him about how he talks about threatening his mother, all because he doesn't want her talking to the trolls. Well, unless you're dating her or whatever, I don't think you got any say. And even if you're dating her, you don't control who people talk to. Exhibit 1 for why this person shouldn't have custody of their children right here. This video right here. I mean, and do I care about that? No, I don't care. I just think it's funny as a discussion to be talking about. Here's Rocco threatening to take somebody he's not even married to or dating that had kids with him to court for custody because they might be talking to trolls or whatever. I'm sure she has been reached out to about me and the trolls. They've already talked about her. I mean, they had her on the phone, his mom or one of them literally on the phone talking about that they were going to get Rocco going to where he's starting to yell and stuff one day, and they were going to do a 5150 on his ass. His own fucking family. We're talking to yeah, that's bad. Don't get me wrong, that is bad. But then again, I don't know. Nobody knows if this guy. See, I actually see a psychiatrist. I don't know what Rocco does. I don't know if he sees a psychiatrist. I imagine he does, but that's his life. But here's the problem: when you have trolls attacking you like this, you don't do silly shit like. And I'm guilty of saying dumb shit and stuff that they've been able to use and clip. It's a learning process. But this dude don't learn. This dude don't learn at all. And I mean, just imagine a troll clipping this right here. I mean, it might seem like I'm being a dick, or I'm trying to mess with him, but I'm not. I don't know. I'm just fucking illustrating how dumb this is. I'm sorry.
These people, I'm taking you to court. I'm taking you to court.
Now,
you want to sit boom? I'm not yelling and screaming. I'm laughing.
Let's go back a little bit and play this
regular self, where I've accepted a lot of things. Where
listen to this exactly. You talk about I'm back to my regular self. So you admitting then basically that there are times when you're not your regular self.
Rocco, you don't play. You don't play.
No, I do not play. I do not play, especially when I'm back into my regular self.
So what do you do when you're not in your regular self? Then you do play by that statement alone. That's what that would imply.
A lot of things where I'm past that point where I'm not yelling and screaming. I'm laughing. I'm calling them names, but I'm doing what a talk show host would do: is making fun of other people. You want to sit there and call me a woman beater? You want to sit there and call me all these names? I will personally put you on the phone with my kid's mom. And I already told my kid's mom, if you talk to any of these people, I'm taking you to court. I'm taking you to court. If you act friendly with these people, I am taking you to court, and we are going to get custody battle going because you're entertaining internet information. I threatened her over and over, and I'll continue if I have to. I don't need a woman just because they had my kids. And so when you say the sexual jokes about my wife or my ex and all that, I don't care. I can walk out and get any girl I want. It's called manifestation, my friends. It's something you know nothing about. Any of them, but then you got clowns that,
okay,
you're acting down here.
Programming.
All right, we're going to listen to that one more time. We're going to go back even a little further and sample that.
Total broke.
That sounds wild, don't it?
You're breaking down in your programming. You're breaking down. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You're at a give up moment. So you're
Dude, you are completely programmed.
But the thing is I will admit that I was acting out at one point, but I was having a nervous breakdown. On top of the nervous breakdown, I was dealing with Omega programming.
Oh, Omega.
I was dealing with Omega, and you can say some very horrible stuff.
What is your definition of Omega programming?
Total breaking down. You're breaking down in your programming. You're breaking down. You know what I mean?
You're breaking down.
Okay.
You're at a give up moment. So you're doing like outlandish stuff, making wild videos of yourself. You know, like
you got to give them.
Then you got clowns that we're now 12. We're now over 12
Just be honest,
months,
Rocco.
right?
You did
We're
that
over
stuff
12
because they
months,
pissed you
and
off.
these people just do not want to leave. These people do not want to leave me alone.
Around 2 years,
so
buddy.
Disgustingly, like
You don't see me blaming it on
I just want
alters.
to get rid of.
Need a little ivermectin?
Yeah, really. Like they're just parasitic. That's all they are, and that's why they just keep getting banned. And I've banned several of them. Lily of the Valley, I'm about to ban you because I already got keynote on you from a very, very good source. So you better start talking now.
One thing I know about you, Rocco, you don't play.
I'm about to ban you for talking, so you better start
I do
talking
not
now.
play. I do not play, especially when I'm back into my regular self, where I've accepted a lot of people, where I'm past that point, where I'm not yelling and screaming, I'm laughing, I'm calling them names, but I'm doing what a talk show host would do, is making fun of other people.
That's gonna sound, that sounds real mature.
You want to sit there and call me all these names? I will personally put you on the phone with my kid's mom, and I already told my kid's mom.
Oh wait, I already told her. I won't put you on the phone.
I'm taking you to court. If you act friendly with these people, I am taking you to court, and we are going to get custody battle.
Rocco, in court,
because you're entertaining internet information. I threatened her over and over, and I'll continue.
Over and over, and I'll continue.
I don't need a woman just because they had my kids. And so when you say the sexual jokes about my wife or my ex and all that, I don't care. I can walk out and get any girl I want. It's called manifestation, my friends. It's something you know nothing about.
Manifest the person look like tomorrow. I'm waiting.
You're not a
I want to see you manifest.
You're asleep. You're a sheep. You're being led to slaughter. I hate to say it. Because I can.
Why not
I can
dead yet?
people. I can do what I want. This is my channel. And I keep doing that because
like a motherfucker.
I don't want you on my channel, so I'm trying to get rid of you guys as much as possible. And pretty soon I'm gonna hit a number, I'd say, with certain other areas of the internet where
Rocco, I've noticed a little bit of a pattern, like with other people that have been through your similar, not exact similar, but sort of similar situations. Everybody has a different reaction and how they have to adjust in their normal life, but it's all, but there's a lot of trauma there.
Your vibrator after me, like, okay, wow. Do you feel good about yourself for saying that?
There's his problem right there.
Intelligent. I mean, is that an intelligent?
That was my problem. Like, it's still a work in progress. You cannot fucking respond to that. Respond to that shit.
Or you know what? I'm gonna let you
see. They just won. They just won there, Rocco. And you don't understand that.
I even told my therapist that I might have found the one.
You're gonna tell your therapist you may have found the one. Did you find Neo?
Let me tell you
is he
something.
finally gonna break? Is he gonna save Zion and break the Matrix?
Okay, because I do know some female soldiers that are actually active duty in the military. And all I have to do is place one.
They got there's a proper word for alters in the dictionary, right? It's called alternate personalities, aka mental illness. Dissociative or multiple personality disorder. That's what that is.
Now, me, I would never do that. I don't do that anymore. We're going on almost 13 months, and I got off the internet for a decent amount of time, and I got my life together, and I came back. But obviously, you guys want to keep the same cycle and replay the same stuff and make accusations about me and touching my kids and all that shit. So when I bring that up in front of the judge, I'd advise you to just leave my family alone, because
this dude don't understand that there are people that hate him who will fucking pay and donate for the best lawyer for that ex of his that he's, instead of threatening her and stuff, he should be doing things to try to not let the trolls get to him like I've been trying to do, but he's never going to do that. It's been a while since I looked at Rocco, and seeing this stream, man, I feel bad, but at the same time, I can't, I don't have the same sympathy that I once did for him because of his whole shit last month that he went through with me, Miss Dana, Bird, and Gene and them, trying to get Gene and them turned on me, everything else, reading my fucking private text messages. I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of sympathy right now. So I guess this is me giving him tough criticism.
Well, it just did there, didn't it? I'm sorry, but not fucking sorry. Exactly. All right. parents sometimes get very frustrated because when you're dealing with a 3-year-old that likes to tear your house up, right? After you just cleaned it and it's 12 o'clock at night, they need to go down for a nap. It's 12 in the afternoon, 1 in the afternoon, you dumb fucks. Yeah, you have every right if you're sitting on your computer and you're trying to get them calmed down in another room. You don't have to get up every 10 fucking minutes and go check a 3-year-old kid. You just don't. You know what I mean? Like, you don't. She's usually asleep, at that time, by that time. Whenever she's around, and I have a really good friendship with my kid's mom. I do.
That's good, Rocco.
You don't buy any of the shit, so they can call her all they want.
Real good friendship, but just literally have threatened her over and over and over not to talk to any of these people.
I already warned
really
her
good friendship,
so
though. If you had a real good friendship with the person, you'd just be able to explain why they shouldn't talk to them. You wouldn't tell them not to and threaten them.
I said, if you go up with these people and listen to what these fucking trash bag, sleaze bag, septic
yeah, he's still got a few lives. If you go back to some of his last lives from about a month ago, I'm on paddle. He got rid of a lot of the earlier ones. He was making lives saying that he was going to come to my house. The Workyverse got him thinking he was part of the Workyverse, and he fell for it. And they fucking got him to threaten me and all this shit. So, I got the right to sit here and criticize whatever I want to towards him, because as far as I'm concerned, after he done all that, and then I forgave him, I woke him up to the fact he was being used like the useful idiot that he made himself to be. And I told him what was going on, and the Gene team was there for him. And then I was trying to warn him about some other things. I was trying to be a friend, giving him advice in a text message to be careful about just running to every live he goes to on other people's and shit, because their channels don't work maybe the same way his channel he's used to having. And guess what? He fucking completely betrayed that trust, said the shit wide out in the open, what I sent him privately, made other people get mad at me for a little bit, caused so much bullshit and lives to be had where I could have been doing something more productive or talking about actual content. Now I'm having to address and deal with him. And, he did it all. And guess who benefited out of that? Fucking Junkyverse benefited. So, yeah, fuck him.
This is what I am.
I'll criticize him, be as harsh as I want to fucking be. And I haven't seen any of his videos or fucking talked about him in a minute.
I don't know if you're a honeypot. I don't know what you are.
We're not going to cover all of this.
You started talking to me, and I've gotten bad intel on you. I've gotten bad intel. If I get bad intel on somebody, I'm not going to mess with you.
Yeah, guys. Plot twist is the people giving him the so-called intel that's supposed to be correct are people getting actual legitimate good people away from him and just wanting to keep the trolls around. I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly what the fuck is happening. And he's thinking somebody is his friend telling him stuff, and they're fucking trolls. Happened to me. I mean, but he'd be too proud to admit that he fell for that. It could happen to anybody. Unless, of course, you're one of those people that are involved in doing it, then you're aware of it. So it may not happen to them. Or if you've been through it like I have. You have no idea. I had people telling me, but I have the same type of trolls doing and telling people that I try to become cool with and go to their channel to steer clear of me. And but we've been succeeding here lately. Like Ms. Bam, and some people might be mad. I don't really care. But the fact is that Ms. Bambi has been a major fucking help to me. I would not be where I am at right now if it wasn't for Ms. Bambi. And also, I'm not leaving out anybody else if it wasn't for my friendship with Books and with Berlinetta and Gene and them. And people may think that that's superficial and not real. I don't care. I think all of us have people can be friends and still do things wrong to the other. It's happened in my life growing up with people that were my friends for a long time. I've been to their house, knew their parents, they've been to mine, vice versa. Our parents met. Guess what? There were times where we still, myself and them, both did things that were wrong towards the other. It fucking happens. It's all a part about being human. The problem is when it keeps happening and the same type of things keep happening and both parties don't learn from them. That's when it's a toxic fucking relationship. That's when it becomes bad. But if it was not for Ms. Bambi and Ms. Pam and all of those other people right now, I would not be. And the channels that they've opened up that I'm now able to go and chat and be in. And you know what? A troll could come in there and I'm not going to say anything. I don't care if I have a wrench, if I don't have a wrench. This is such a fucking big moment. And it may seem like nothing to other people, but it's big to me because I don't know if my mind's grown or what it is. or I've just got a new way of processing things that I hadn't had before. Well, I heard from my friend. Remember, I told the story about when I had my suicide thing. The guy that gave me a capsule and ended up having amphetamines in it. It was supposed to. It was kratom. Well, I heard from him. Somebody is trying to fucking get into my Facebook, but you're not going to get into my Facebook. Just so you know, I'm going to be going and changing the password right now. Yeah, I just got a text message for a login code, so I don't know who's trying to log into my fucking Facebook. But you're not going for that. They'd love to be able to get a hold of my Facebook. That ain't happening. It was a pain in the ass whenever I fucking had to switch my phone numbers and shit on Facebook, and I had trouble with it. I know damn sure you ain't nobody getting into there, because I don't care what you might think of, you're not gonna get the correct password. But it's like they're trying to reset the password, and I don't know. They might try to spoof my phone number or something. And if they did, shit, I would use this live stream video talking about this and my ID and everything, and I'd get it back because my true accounts are confirmed with my fucking identification, my government ID. So. No, but I heard from my friend he's doing all right. It's the anniversary of there was somebody he was dating at one time, and God, this makes me feel bad, man. She slept with me, all right? She did, and she ended up fucking telling him. And yeah, there for a minute, you know. And I wondered. I asked him. I said, "Man," I said, "Honest to God," I said, "I'm not gonna be mad." I'm like, "Did you mean to give me that capsule with your shit in it?" And he looked me straight in the eye and he said, and he's either a great liar or he's telling the truth. But he's like, "I swear to you, it was not." He's like, I don't hand money away. And I'm like, okay. But I've wondered about that because, see, his girlfriend, she ended up taking her life. And she had a son that was just barely like, an adult. And, well, basically, we all got along. And, I never expected that she would have took any interest in me at all. But one day he left us there at his house. And I was sitting there and I put my head down. I was tripping and it was coming in waves, and I was just like trying to handle it. And she was sitting next to me and she just, started like, putting her hands on me and stuff. So, and I felt really bad about that. And then, a couple months later passed and they went on that trip. And when he came back, is when I found out that she had taken her life. She had done it. I'm not going to get into that, but she'd taken her life. And so she's not here anymore. So God rest her soul. She's a good woman, though. She really was. And I think that's partly why not too long after that, after my suicide attempt, while I was gone, is when he ended up moving. And he moved basically back up to where they had took a trip to, because that's where he's originally from. Come on, Brownie. Come on. Sit. Red light. Green light. Good boy. Yeah, I took a video of Brownie doing his commands because I thought it was funny. People were saying that he doesn't understand. You don't understand. Come on, Brownie. Yeah, he understands. Who fucking went to school for dog training. They own their own business. I didn't go to some fucking generic trainer website online. Now, I did use, I guess you could say, a generic trainer. You know what it was? It was Good Pup. Good Pup is what I used online for his beginner dog training. Come here, Brownie. Let me show y'all. Good Pup. Brownie, come here. I'm gonna log in. Still should have my Brownie, come here. Did I sign in with Google or what? Come here, Brownie. Huh. Come on. Yes. Okay, this is it. My account's not active, as you can see. But as you can see, he got all the, well, I don't know why it still says enrolled, but if I go to my chat, look at, go all the way back to back to back. That was, you know, let me find his, I have to find his, I don't know. He got his beginner's course, I know, in the Good Pup 101. That's what it was in. And then he was in Advanced Manners, and I got up to a certain point, and that's when I decided to go and get back to find a, damn, I can't think, to get a personal in-person trainer, you know. And the reason for that is we were kind of getting like at a point where he was getting stuck, like there wasn't any more progress being made at that point, because he was completely, their program was completely positive reinforcement based. And Brownie, you know, I didn't have him as a puppy. It would have been different if I'd had him when he was born, and I would have started a lot earlier. Let me show you all this. This is his basic course. This is the certificate. So, and then I have also, this is the symbol for his Good Citizen Award. And here I have showing that he's a certified service dog team. See, people thought, because at first I only showed like this much on it, but what it says is, I didn't want to reveal everything because it shows the business name and all that, but what it says is my name and Brownie have achieved certification as a service dog team on this day, March 25th, 2024. And there's the LLC of the company. So, I mean, to say that it's not, that he's not, that was just a Good Citizen Award is false, because I'll show you the Good Citizen paper. This is the AKC Good Citizen. This is my copy. So I know what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to a service dog, because when I first had it fucking recommended to me by my psychiatrist, that these pleasant people got me fucking discharged from, for threatening her office with fucking medical board complaints out the wazoo, because they were so sure that I was still an addict, even though I was straight up there under care, open about it. It's not like she didn't know that I had just came from rehab in 2020. Like, that's what's crazy. But they didn't care. See, I got him in January 2022 because I got here where I enrolled him for AKC Reunite March of 2022. Then his vaccinations, they were done in April. And this is to show that he's enrolled on AKC's Canine Partners. But his breed's wrong. See, at the time I thought he was a Cairn Terrier and Scottish Terrier. I've got to get that changed. That was before I ever got a DNA test done on him. That's just the best breed that I could guess. I mean, that's what I had people at Humane Society and everywhere else telling me he's Cairn Terrier. Not exactly. He's a Chihuahua, American Pit Bull Terrier, and he's got some Lewin Setter, Lewin Setter, and Dachshund in his DNA as well. That's all the paperwork on my baby. And people can say, oh, you know, people got like literally mad because I compared him as to having my child. Well, he is like my child. I mean, he's had education. He gets taken care of. I see him as like my kid to me. You know, I'm not really in an economic situation, nor have I really ever been, except for, I tell you what, if I had been married or something, the times when I had a little bit of money, things may have went a completely different way. But, you know, that's not what ended up happening. I shouldn't have bought the vehicle I bought whenever I got my first amount of money. I should have never done that. But you know, I never had a new car, and I wanted a new car, so I bought a new car. Bought a Jeep Grand Cherokee. It's always my fucking. That was like my dream vehicle to have, was a Jeep, and I never got to have one. I got to drive one. My friend Larry from the fire department. He was an Explorer when we were growing up, and you know, then he ended up getting on the fire department just like I knew he would. And he used to ride around with him and go places, calls that he would hear over the radio. And he had the old style, like early 2000s Jeep Cherokee. I think I got mine was 2016. It's the kind I got. It's a good car. When I went to rehab the first time, I left it to my girlfriend. I let my girlfriend drive it, and she thought that my grandmother didn't like the idea too much, so she ended up. I told her I want. That's just how I was though. Like, yeah, she had her own car, but I liked the idea that while I was gone, I trusted her to leave her, you know, the keys to my Jeep and let her drive it if she wants. I remember taking her in the room, and I sat her down. And I said, I need to talk to you for a second. I said, I was like, I got to get clean. And she said, and she started to look at me like she just about wanted to cry. And I said, that's okay. I was like, I'm taking way too much medicine. I was like, and I was like, I don't feel complete. You know, like, I mean, I hurt, but after I hurt, I don't know. Like at that point, I wasn't just taking just to keep from. I was taking the medicine to keep from hurting, not when I hurt, but to keep from hurting. And that's what I told her. And I said, I need to go on up. I said, I've already called around and I found a place in Michigan. And I said, I'm going to go up to Michigan. I was like, I'll probably be gone about a month. I said, or however long they want me to stay, they think. I said, but I want to do this for me and for you. And so I went and came back, and everything was good for about 6 months. And 6 months later, and it's not that I stopped. Like, they kept me. I stayed on. My pain medicine got changed to a lower form of it, and my girlfriend basically gave it to me. I had my girl giving me, you know, she would set it out from, it says the time, and the time I took the first one, she would, I mean, and she stood by that. About 6 months later, that kind of changed, and we got into an argument. One day, she threw the pills at me. She said, "Here, take care of your own medicine." Yeah. Well, I did. I knew I did at that time. Like, I was done kidding myself. Like, when you go through as much money as I did, like, that was the biggest. That's what made me feel like a failure. I got robbed for $1,200 once. I had a bunch of fucking setbacks, fuck ups. I could have done a lot different. Probably would have been better off in the long run, but you know what to say about hindsight. I miss her a lot. I really do. I think of her sometimes, and I wish the best for her. I see her dad, and whenever I see her dad out, I make a point to say hi and I shake his hand. You know, wish it could have been me that married his daughter, but you know, he just didn't work out. Yeah, she wasn't really big on or caring about getting married at that time either. That probably changed though. Yeah, she was probably the best girlfriend that I had. Like, as far as like pushing me to do better and things like that. Like, yeah, when I was in the hospital, she got me something. She stayed the night with me in the hospital, slept on the hospital bed with me. She was a good person. She's a little younger than I was though. She's about 3 years younger than I was. She was like 21 and I was like 24 or 25. So we didn't come together in a class or anything. That's not how we met. I kind of forget. I almost can't even remember how I met her. That's bad. Can't remember. Now I gotta try to think about it. I think I may have just reached out to her and see, she had a cousin that my brother had been with once before, a long time ago. She didn't really care too much for her cousin either. But her cousin, like I said, knew my brother. And I remember we went to Thanksgiving at one of her families one time, and I said, "There's what's her name?" She said, "Don't say anything to her." I was like, "Okay." She was like, "Do not say anything to her." I was like, "Okay." She really didn't like her. Never understood. Well, yeah, I know mine. She looked down on her because of well, basically she had been in some trouble. That's all I'm gonna say. But I was always the type, I try to say hi to everybody and stuff. We went to a hypnotist show. It was kind of my idea. I'm the one that wanted to see it. We ended up stopping and seeing it. And I had a DVD tape because I was in the show. I still should have that DVD. And I do. It's right here. Steve Daly. That was the hypnotist. Here's one memory I have of being with her. 2016, 29th October. But yeah, I was on this show. I got to be up there in the I got hypnotized. I didn't think I'd end up getting picked to be hypnotized, but when they asked me to go up there, I went right on up. I mean, she honestly was a better companion than Kayla was. I ended up marrying Kayla, but to be honest, if we hadn't have went to Scientology, we would have never got married. Probably. Not unless something had turned out different. Kayla didn't want children. That's one thing I didn't understand about her. She did not want children. She didn't like it whenever I brought it up. My mother, being my mother, she had literally warned me, like kind of drilled it into my head almost, like that to be careful and not be trapped into a pregnancy because people do that shit. And when your mom tells you something like that, that kind of messes, like, but that's how my mom was. Like, she wanted me to hear the harsh truth of reality that it can be sometimes, depending on who you're around. I didn't have to worry about that with Kayla, though, because that was the last thing she wanted. And what's sad, though, is that I kind of almost adopted that attitude. Like, I really don't, like, I kind of felt, if I don't have kids, it's okay. Or used to, I would think about, well, if I have kids, it's not going to be until I get done with school and I'm at least working. I definitely don't want to do that. That's what ended up actually causing problems within my mom's life, getting pregnant, not finishing school. My dad was playing music at the time and working in construction, playing down on Beale Street in Memphis. Dad's pictured with B.B. King, a bunch of other people. That's one of my last the girlfriend I was talking about a while ago. That's one of her favorite places we went to was Beale Street, Memphis. We'd go down there just to eat and walk around and look at stuff. No, she never did say when she wanted children. Never did. We might have talked about it, but maybe I just don't remember. Nothing stands out in my mind that she said. Yeah. Frankly, I'm not together to have a family, you know. Like I've put some of the pieces of the puzzle together. I've gotten, you know, I succeeded in going to school. You know, that didn't get interrupted just by the trolls, thank God. I don't know what I would have done if they had kept me from graduating. They would have probably, you know, I really don't even want to think about it because, I mean, they probably wouldn't even have to worry about anything this year at all because that would have just been so fucked up. I went through vocational rehabilitation in the state of Missouri, and they paid for that semester because, number one, they recognized with checking paperwork, everything I said was true. The rec I was in, almost finishing class, the grade that I had when I was almost finished, all of my shit, and they approved me to pay for me to go back to school again because I had no money. Am I going to go to school? Like, and I do not want to have to take out a fucking student loan. That is something ever since I seen my dad paying off his student loan one time when I was still in high school. I remember the bill was there in our kitchen in our little duplex, and I asked my dad. I said, how much is? I was like, Dad, how much? He's like, and he showed it to me, and I was like, how much do you got? And he was like, and he showed that what he paid off and what he still had left. And I was like, when did you get this? You know? And he told, and I said, how? And he said, because I went through. He said, because I went for a while. He said, I didn't pay anything. I paid the very minimum. You know, and God, it killed me seeing that. Like I said, that's what I got to look forward to. If I want to do something, I'm gonna have to borrow that money and then be automatically in debt to work off what I borrowed just so I could be something. You know. So early on, I was never open to the idea of student loans. Never. Wherever they got free shit at, give it to me. You know, because like I'm trying to make. You know, I don't see that as being a freeloader when you're trying to make something of yourself to earn money. Like you shouldn't have to go into debt to do that. Otherwise, what incentive does that give graduating people to want to go? You know, eventually people are going to realize, well, fuck, I don't want to be like, you know, what my parent went through. You know, I'm just not going to be anything. You know, but thank God they got trade schools, they got scholarships and different things. You know, if you're really smart, have a good grade point average and score high on the fucking standardized test, you know, which I was average, so none of that applied to me. So I pretty much was looking at loans, grants, or fucking nothing, you know, take it or leave it. Luckily, I didn't know anything about the state having something called voc rehab that would, you know, but I learned through grace of God, and they paid for it, and I went, and I finished with a solid B average. I mean, I was basically right at, well, no, not a B, I was a high C. I was right at fucking 80. So that's fine with me. To, you know, just barely have a B average, that's fine. You know, as long as I have a skill, which now I do. I know how to draw blood and get it prepared for lab technicians to then test it. And I wouldn't mind studying up to become the lab tech. But the problem is finding a fucking job in that area where I currently live, because the market is so had I had a car right now, if I had my own car, I could probably sign up somewhere and they might even put me up somewhere or what have you. I can't believe there's like nobody in here now. It's like, oh, Square's boring. Hey, that is fine for me. People won't think I'm boring, that's fine. I don't care. I wonder who would be sniping me since there's like just one person in here now. You know, I don't really expect anyone to be here this late, but usually there's always some trolls up that are awake. Well, it's just hard to find a job in that specific trade that I'm in. Like, if now there are other jobs and I've been applying, but I guess I just haven't met the fit for any of them, the ones I applied for. You know, I had an interview, but I think they probably went with somebody that, you know, I didn't necessarily have this other certification, which wasn't a requirement, but I imagine somebody else that they interviewed did. So I got a call back from them, and they told me that, you know, were moving forward with the other candidate, you know. So I understand that's, you know, that's life, you know. And hell, I went a little out of the way to go to that job interview. That job interview was not that close by either. So, I mean, that shows you that I do try to get a job. Like, and that's the thing. These people that have been trolling and making all this hate rhetoric content about me, they have no idea the effort I put into doing things. They want to act like they do because there's been a lot of days and stuff in the past. But just like I've tried to explain, and they're never going to accept in their narrow minds, I worked from 16 up until 2 years ago, steady. Unless I was in treatment or the hospital or etc., I worked always. I had to maintain and keep my car and everything. My car was, my granddad helped me on something, but getting it, the oil changed and keep everything else, like all that was my responsibility. I had to pay for that shit. It had to come from somewhere. And when I lost my car after working for Lyft and everything and delivering pizzas and getting brownie, which I didn't find out that we were going to have to scrap the car until the summer of 2022, you know, that fucking grounded my ass. And then the shit started happening on YouTube, and yeah, I let that take way too much of my focus. But you have to understand that after that started happening, around the beginning of that next year is when I got sent to the hospital, and all their swatting was done during that fall and everything else. So yeah, to say a job was on my mind, no, it wasn't. Then we moved that summer too, and we moved and all that happened too. You got to take that into account. And then 2023 though, I did finally pull myself up and get some part-time work. And, you know, now it's time for the next phase. The next phase is getting some full-time work and getting even more off of here. But we're thinking about, me and Miss Bambi are thinking about starting a little series because I think I found my talent, which is voice acting, a specific character. And, yeah, it's going to be fun. I hope we get to do that because I will play the shit out of that character. I'm not going to go any farther than that into it, but just stay tuned. But yeah, I'm not being run off YouTube. I don't care if they send people all into a chat and say stuff like over at Miss Heidi's. I don't give a fuck that Durkee, aka Moses, was in there trying to blend in, or crazy purple Kirby lady. I don't care. We got this Stan Goku, and no, it won't be Goku who I'm impersonating. The voice acting for this character I'm talking about is actually good. My little imitating of Goku on that last stream was nothing. I wasn't even trying. But hi Goku, as he calls himself, Mr. Little Dylan, old Dicky Doo Dylan, he's unhinged, man. That lady just didn't want to answer his question. He's like, motherfucking cunt, you answer my question. Who the fuck do you think you are blocking me? I'm motherfucking Goku, bitch. I'm fucking damn Junkie-verse prodigy. I'm up and coming prince, bitch. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm Junkie-verse prodigy. Up and coming. Yeah, y'all want the channel? I'll send y'all the channel. Y'all gonna go troll it, right? Oh, what's that? Oh, you don't really care about her. You already exposed her as a pro. Oh, okay, I'll still put the channel on my community wall though. If y'all want to go and help me get the clips, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you don't really care to go. Well, look, just in case, if some of y'all do, here it is, just in case. You don't have to, but just in case, here you go. Thank y'all. You know, that's what he sounded like, bro. He was trying to get them to go at Sophie, and Caparo was like, I don't care to. You know, like, no, they're not gonna do shit for you, dude. Like, you better get in line before Filthy spanks that ass. He gonna tell you it's about Square, and it ain't about fucking Sophie. And how you gonna complain about Sophie when you fucking got Iceman in your chat? Do you realize? Oh my god, dude. No, you don't. And this motherfucking Goku is talking about, oh, I'm gonna target this bitch next, this one bitch next. No, I'm not. No, I'm fucking not. I don't know who Brittany the Bison is, all right? All I know is that people are calling her Brittany the fucking Bison. That's all I fucking know. I don't care to know. But just like Caparo didn't care about Sophie, I don't care about her. She ain't done nothing to me. She ain't done nothing to me. I don't go around randomly attacking folks. You got me fucking twisted. Like, I don't know why this kid is going around saying that I'm going to attack some random woman when I'm talking about him attacking Sophie. You're trying to misdirect is what you're trying to do. I've got Miss Bambi and Miss Sophie's back, all right? I don't have your fucking back. Well, I'm not everyone, Miss Bambi. I mean, if y'all say that she's vile, I'll take your word for it. But you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to let people know that I ain't got no plans to attack her or nothing. I'm not going to be covering her on my channel. I don't know her. What they're trying to do is they're trying to get her to talk about me, so I do have to talk about, and I'm not going to do that, even if she does at this point, because I already peeped their game. What are you talking about? That's uncalled for. I'm just saying, like, Goku, you need to chill out, dude. Like, you need to sit down. You done fucking came to Bambi. I need that fucking screenshot of his comment because this dude is acting like ain't nothing changed. You want to come up, hon? I'd like you to. I was just about to drop the link, but I don't have to do that. You can technically come on in because I'd like to see that screenshot. Thank you. If you want to stream from your channel, we can. We can stream it from your channel too, so you can. We don't have to though. I'm just saying. That way your viewers get it. All right, I'll send you the link. Hold on. Oh. I sent it to you. Yeah, because if I post the fucking link, I'm gonna have somebody jumping in here every fucking second, posting something and trying to leave as quick as they can. We'll get rid of that nerve racket though.
I got this motherfucker sped up and he still sounds twisted. Let's see.
Account to my StreamYard, like your YouTube account's connected, but
One of them. Believe me, Square 8 showing up to South Carolina.
what are you saying?
If anybody's showing up, it's
What are
gonna
you
be me,
saying? That's
Joey
not cool.
Dimes, or fucking Joey Big Time.
What's not cool, Chi? What's not cool, Chi?
This bitch ain't showing up nowhere. What happened to all them ethnic violations? I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. You need to get on with it or something. I don't know. Whatever you gonna do, get the ball rolling. Because it's hot to be out here working. I mean, it really is hot.
I think she's referring to your previous conversation about. I think she's referring to like the stuffs to Stan, Sophie, and the Bison. I think she was posting a picture of my party that I was at, like a couple of minutes that I decided to go live and show a certain Stan that Bambi does have a life. She's friends, and
the black face,
she took from the video a reflection of cars off a glass table at night and was like, "Oh, Bambi's doing meth. How fucking stupid are you? You can tell it's a glass table. You can tell it's a reflection. You can tell there's a fucking lawn chair sitting there. You fucking retard." And like I said, Bison, you would know all about methamphetamine. You would know all about it. Your kid was addicted to dope. It took them months to get your kid off of dope when it was born addicted because of you. Or should we talk about the time that you ran? They had to locate you because you were too busy being a doper, couldn't take care of your fucking kid? Or should we talk about the kids that were taken away because you can't get off dope? Who's the fucking junkie? You, not me. So yeah, I have a drug test that I'm going to post. you know, that says that I only test positive for THC because I love it. I love it when these fucking retards try to say that I'm on hard drugs. I love it because I have the evidence to prove I'm not. Every fucking time. I mean, I gotta prove you wrong every fucking time. You know, this shit's getting old. This shit is getting real fucking old. Talking about a woman who had bed bugs and scabies all over her fucking body. Pictures floating around. Same woman who likes to pass around pictures of people's kids with disgusting captions like, "Mommy, why did you shove me out a window?" Or a picture of a beautiful 7-week-old baby girl. Beautiful picture. She takes the picture and says, "Johnny Mac's granddaughter looks like a whore just like its mother." Yeah, that was you. And I got the fucking proof. I got the screenshots, and it's going to the Canadian authorities this morning at 8 o'clock. I'm making that call, Brittany. Time to put a buffalo to pasture. Yep. Time to send a buffalo to slaughter. I'm feeling in the mood for some buffalo prime rib. Roasted bison. So yeah, Brittany, wait. You thought you were crying 2 nights ago. I'm really going to make you fucking... Really going to make her cry. Well, she thinks, Goku thinks that she's going to take up the reins of trolling me and you and anybody else. Well, let me tell you something, Stan. I smashed her ass a year ago. Smashed her into the fucking ground. I guess I'll smash her again, and this time when I smash her, she won't be able to recover. There won't be any recovering because there'll be real life consequences. Real life. Like when I call Indian Affairs this morning. You know, I'm gonna, you know, call Indian Affairs into your benefits. And I'm also calling the Canadian authorities and reporting you for a privacy violation, harassment, and a slew of things. Because you like to go around and harass a lot of people, and I've got the evidence. And you can sit there and say, I haven't doxed anybody recently. No, you doxed me a year and a half ago. You got the screenshot. You doxed stand-up guy. I got the screenshot. You doxed a lot of people, and it's going to the Canadian authorities this morning at 8 a.m.
Wait, she's Canadian?
And I'm not.
Granny,
I'm not bluffing.
she's Canadian?
You know, when I said it a couple of days ago on my show, I was bluffing. I'm not bluffing.
Us Americans will take advantage of the fact that you have less rights.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have freedom of speech. I do. Well, this is what we're going to see. Canadian authorities think about Buffalo harassing American citizens. Well, we're going to see about it.
You have no freedom of speech.
Nope.
Come here, Granny.
And she's about to find out what happens when you harass a American citizen to the point of privacy violations and, you know.
Yeah, they take the U.S. Like, y'all need us. Y'all realize that? Y'all is our bitch, basically. We control Canada, boy.
No, and
come on, Granny.
Stop there. It's not going to stop there because not only am I calling, but a few other people.
Now they're going to take this clip and they're going to be like,
he's attacking her. They're going to be like, oh, he's attacking you, Brian.
Like, fucking Goku's already put that down. He's already been like, oh, he's going to attack you next. I'm like, I don't even know that bitch.
No, get it straight.
Don't attack her.
Yeah, get it straight, Junkie-verse. Get it
They just mad because of my fire. They're just mad because of my fire live stream. They're just mad because of my fire live stream.
Oh, and one more thing. It's not a threat. It's a fucking promise. It's not a threat. It's a fucking promise. It's not a threat. It's a fucking promise. At 8 a.m., I'm making those phone calls. I already got it all pulled up. Who I need to call. 8 a.m., not a threat. It's a fucking fact. I'm going to mute my mic if I'm live. I'll say, I'll be right back. I got to go get a buffalo fucking arrested. And then I'm going to make that call. Bet. It's a fucking promise. It's a fucking promise. Bet.
Ooh.
Ain't threatening anybody. It's a fucking fact. 8 a.m. Counts. The clock's ticking. 4.5 more hours. I'm making that fucking call. She wants to play, we'll play. But I guarantee you she's not going to be able to recover when I'm done. Not going to be able to recover. The laws in Canada are quite strict when it comes to, you know, intruding on a person's privacy, when it comes to freedom of speech, and then when it comes to giving out personal information. A lot different than America. And when you're doing it to an American citizen, it's even more serious. That's it. I make that call. I hope to go out to her house today and fucking put the hammer down on her.
Oh my God.
I'm good. How are you?
Sure. I hear
Everybody's
you.
having a good week. I'm having a great week. Another great week.
I hear you.
No, but ideally, I don't even want to talk about him. She's so irrelevant. It is unreal. Like, nobody really talks about her mom too because she's so irrelevant. Same with Goku. Nobody's going to talk about him because he's so irrelevant. He pretty much showed everybody who the fuck he was, and that was it. I didn't have to do nothing. He did it himself. Because if you think for 1 second, anybody in my community doesn't see and know what he's done, they do. They see it. They comment on it. And it's not in his favor either.
I don't think so.
It's all fun and games until a motherfucker loses his job or gets kicked out of school. It's all fun and games. All fun and games until mama gets a fucking phone call or pizzas or a transvestite. Isn't it? All fun and games, Stan. Until the motherfucker reaches your doorstep.
Bitch, you can't do nothing but copycat. You don't have an original idea ever. You've never had an original idea. When was the last time you thought something up on your own? Like you said, hey, I'm going to do this.
And I'm just going to say this, keep it up, and it's a matter of time. Matter of time before you get personally reached out and touched. Matter of time. May take a year, may take 2 years. You're not going to know. It's a matter of time before somebody gets tired, whether it be me or Pam or Mikey or the list of people
Well,
that are in my corner.
as long as you only send it once, okay? You only send it once. You got to do it just one time. If you do it more than one time, oh, then it's illegal.
Or get tired and decide to teach you a lesson.
Oh, well, you know,
It's
this thing asks, how do you perceive your dog in your life? And one of the options is kid.
It's a matter of time. I'll be right back.
All right.
I hadn't done that yet. Probably going to, though, because it's getting warm. We've only been in summer a month, and I'm already tired of it. Tired of summertime.
Yeah. Old Tony Pizza
Bro,
thinks Leon's jealous of his YouTube.
Oh, hey, this is Leon the Sixth. He needs money donated from his California operation.
Jealous.
Leon needs needs an operation, y'all. I need everyone to pitch in for the operation for Leon the Sixth.
Leon the Third. I think he killed him. If I remember correctly.
This is Leon the Third. Is that technically the real? Is that what we're at right now? Actually, is that what he has? Is the current one the third? Does he really call it Leon the Third now? Is that what he's calling? Is that what his current Leon is? Is it Leon the Third?
What?
Is that what his current dog is called? Leon the Third? Is his current dog Leon the Third?
You're breaking up. I have no idea what you just asked me.
Can you hear?
I think so. I think it's the third. Because he had Banjo the puppy, which he killed. He had another Leon, which I think, again, he killed. And then he's got this.
So the current dog is Leon the Third.
And she had a dog named Leon. So he got a dog and decides to name it Leon because he's obsessed with this chick. That's a whole nother long story in itself. I don't even want to get into that story.
Leon the Third. I need
vegan.
donations. I need donations for Leon the Third. Is he really a vegan? Is he really a vegan? Bambi?
No. Okay, this chick. There was a Netflix documentary called Bad Vegan. Okay, it's about this chick's restaurant. Well, this chick ended up being a scam artist, and her boyfriend ended up being a scam artist. She had to go to court, lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. And Tony Pizza's in this documentary as a homeless guy because he's homeless and he like squats outside a restaurant. And yeah, it's a long story, very long story.
He what?
He's not
what
a vegan, he's just
outside
a
of the
homeless guy.
restaurant?
That wormed his way. Yeah.
He squatted?
Yeah, he's a homeless.
Like he took a shit?
That wormed his way into a documentary.
He's like, yeah, now
She
you guys
can't
need to
hear
give me
you.
money.
I can hear you, but she can't. You keep breaking up really bad. Just so you know.
Oh my gosh.
Keep breaking up.
I know you can hear me now.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, you can hear me now.
What the hell are you doing? I
Sorry.
can hear everything you're doing. What the hell are you doing over there? What are you doing over there this morning, Square? What are you doing? Okay, now.
Don't make me. Don't make me.
You got going over there. You got going on over there in Missouri. What are you doing over there?
My name is Cornholio.
Did you get any thunderstorms last night?
My name is Cornholio.
Did you get any thunderstorms?
Huh? No. I don't believe we did.
Did you get any storms?
No.
Lucky you. You had thunderstorms last night. It rained like a motherfucker. Tired of all this fucking weather. I'm tired of it. I understand why they're bad. It's like I don't care that it's like we have thunderstorms. It's just I find it odd how many. I mean, it's just back-to-back thunderstorms, back-to-back tornadoes. It makes no sense. None. And it's like I don't know why the weather's so extreme right now.
You live in fucking Iowa. That's why.
It's different though. It's different. It's different. Normally you have thunderstorms once in a while, maybe have a tornado or two, maybe. But we're talking back to back. I had 5 tornadoes in 4 weeks last month. 5 tornadoes after week was tornado. And it's like I was never been this bad. You know, we have 1 or 2, 3 maybe a year, not this many. I mean, the town like an hour from me got leveled by an F5 tornado.
Hey, you know
like
what?
a month ago.
I'm high Goku, and you know what that means?
75 people died. It was
Are you listening to me, woman?
No, I don't listen to 27-year-old idiots. I'm sorry. Sorry.
You better
I'm
listen
sorry.
to me,
Is there a
woman.
child talking to me? What?
You better, woman. You better listen to me.
Hey, you better watch out with that woman shit. The last motherfucker that called me woman, I told him I was going to bury him and his dog up on Chomo Mountain. Better watch out with that woman stuff.
Woman?
Better watch out. Watch out.
Now, woman?
Boy, this media shit's getting wild, y'all. I'm trying to stay on square, but this shit, this shit's getting crazy. What did he say? Let's go over some Twitter stuff right quick. Joe Concha. All right, so if y'all aren't sure what happened to cause this, NBC come out and said there was going to be one like breaking news stream or whatever yesterday, all day. All right, and basically said they didn't trust their anchors to deliver the news the way they wanted it. So he says, nothing to see here, just 2 petulant hosts slamming their own bosses and threatening to quit if they're ever held to account for the reckless things they've said for years. Fire them. They can't be trusted and are openly insubordinate. The numbers aren't even good anyway. Now, let's listen to what they're saying.
Because we talk about everything on the air. We were very surprised. I wanted to briefly talk to our friends and viewers that watch us every day. And viewers that watch us every day. And talk about what happened yesterday. We were told in no uncertain terms on Sunday evening that there was going to be one news feed across all NBC News channels yesterday. The Today Show would be Lester Holt, other people that you worked with on Sunday, and that was going to be one news feed across all NBC News channels, that we were going to stay as a network in breaking news mode throughout all day yesterday. That did not happen. We don't know why that didn't happen, or team was not given a good answer as to why that didn't happen, but it didn't happen. We were also told it was going to happen throughout the day. And I guess after there was such a strong blowback about yesterday morning, I guess they changed their plans. And so those plans changed as well. So it didn't. We've talked about it off the air. We'll talk about it on the air because we talk about everything on the air. We were very surprised. We were very disappointed. And if we had known that there wasn't going to be the one news feed from NBC News across all NBC News channels, Willie, we obviously would have been in yesterday morning.
Yeah, I was here up early on Sunday morning with NBC's coverage. Savannah and I led the coverage on Sunday in the immediate aftermath, talking to eyewitnesses, talking to officials about what happened. Obviously suited up and ready to go for yesterday morning on a big morning, and we're told that something else was going to be broadcast. So we are here today going through a lot, catching up a little bit, but we want to be here for our audience, and we know you trust us, and we have ultimate respect for you guys. So we are here today. I wish we'd been here yesterday.
This
Yeah, we all wish we would have been here yesterday. We still would like to figure out exactly why there wasn't that one news feed.
And I think the reason why is this show began and continues 17 years later on being the place where you can go to have the hard conversations in a civil way. And so it seemed like now more than ever is a time that we would like to be on. And I think our viewers agree with that. So we continue. We are 5 minutes past the top of the hour.
No, and let me just say, next time we're told there's going to be a news feed replacing us, we will be in our chairs.
We'll be sitting here.
Yeah, and the news feed will be us, or they can get somebody else
sitting here
to host the show.
Well, I hope they get somebody else because y'all suck. You all suck. Who trusts you? Like, really, any of y'all trust Morning Joe? I mean, really? Do you trust Morning Joe to deliver good news? Let's see. Oh, here's a good one. Let's see.
The assassination attempt, which is a horrific and heinous act. I believe I've read it reported as being investigated as an act of domestic terrorism. It is, at a minimum, a horrible security failure. If we can't protect the most powerful.
No, that's not what I was looking for. No, that's not it. Oh man, that picture right there is great. That is a great picture. Great picture.
Moves her weapon from its holster for the. After Secret Service Barbie, a highly trained member of the Secret Service, removes her weapon from its holster for the very first time in her career. She struggles to return her pea shooter as though it's her first day on the job. Fortuitously, her skills from a previous life as an amateur actress come into play, allowing her to convincingly mimic the swift draw of the weapon and scan the horizon for threats. Chewing her gum nonchalantly, she attempts to exude a tactical demeanor, reminiscent of a fusion between the Blues Brothers and Rosie O'Donnell. Despite her efforts, our agent's attempt to return her wireless hole punch to its home results in another failure. While she may have faltered at this most basic of tasks, she certainly looked cool while doing it. After Secret Service Barbie.
Authorities waited 5 hours before revealing the name of the gunman. They likely spent that time scrubbing his presence on the internet/social media. Now only the FBI can tell us the motive. This is the same FBI that, one, hides the motive of the Nashville attack, tries to frame Trump on Russia collusion, lied about the Whitmer kidnapping plot, still can't find the January 6th pipe bomber, covered up the Hunter Biden laptop, and staged the Mar-a-Lago raid. Y'all trust the FBI? And let's be clear, it's not the low-level FBI agents that are the ones that need to be held accountable. It's the upper echelon They're the ones. They're the ones that are doing this shit. They're on that fuck shit.
We can't protect the children. We can't protect anybody. If you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome.
Y'all remember that? Don't let them memory hole this shit. Don't let them hide all the things they fucking said along the way. Y'all remember this, right? Remember this bitch saying this shit? Fuck you, you stupid black cunt. Fuck you. Anybody want to take a gander at who should raise their hand when it comes to taking fault in the Trump assassination attempt? Bitch, raise your fucking black ass hand. Because you do. You need to be held accountable. You. Let's see what else we can find. I'm sure there's more.
We had the State of the Union as required by the Constitution of the United States. The president is to submit in writing or in person his statement of the State of the Union. What happened instead was the president using the Congress of the United States as a backdrop for a reality show, presenting a state of mind that had no contact with reality whatsoever. It was quite appalling to hear the president say the 150 at least million families in America that are faced with pre-existing medical conditions, about a benefit that is afforded to them in the Affordable Care Act, that he was protecting that benefit, when in fact he has done everything to dismantle it. In fact, we are fighting him in the courts right now to preserve that benefit. That misrepresentation was appalling and so clearly untrue. So it was, in my view, a manifesto of mistruths, of falsehoods, blatantly really dangerous to the well-being of the American people if they believed what he said. So again, we do not want the chamber of the House of Representatives to be used as a backdrop for one of his reality shows with unreality in his presentation. And by the way, a serious breach to start shouting 4 more years on the floor of the House. Totally inappropriate.
Are older, it's going to matter.
Let's see. Well, we got to find where they're hiding this shit. You can't even pull it up. What about this? Chuck Schumer, I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind and you will pay the price. You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions. What about Brett Kavanaugh? Y'all remember what they did to Brett Kavanaugh? Where's that Christine Wear Blouse Forward or whatever her name fucking was? What did happen to that bitch? What was it that she said? Oh, wait, she accused the man of gang rape. She accused the man of having... Man, this shit, this boils my blood. It really does. You accused a man of gang rape. Where are you now? What the fuck happened to her? Everybody was talking about, oh, blouse wearing forward or whatever her fucking name is there for what, 6 months? Now she's just nobody. She got to fade back off into the sunset. Nothing happened. Why was she not held accountable for wasting everybody's fucking time? They wasted everybody's fucking time with that shit.
Dear Waheguru, our one true God, we thank you for creating America as a unique haven on this earth where all people are free to worship according to their faith.
Who the fuck are
We seek your
you?
blessings and Dear Waheguru, our one
Huh. Did y'all notice the Secret Service thing? I don't see any 5'2" females on Trump's security detail. Do y'all see that? Let me make it bigger in case you missed it. Do you see any 5'2" females that can't find the fucking holster for their gun? And look, I'm not saying that females shouldn't be doing that job. I'm not. But when you've got a man that's like 6'1" or whatever height Trump is, and you have a fucking Secret Service agent that's 5'2", well, in Johnny math, that's 4 inches taller, but not really. Not really. That's pathetic to assign. And you know why? Do you know why the Secret Service had all those women? Because this right here, this is the woman's name that's the head of the Secret Service. Kimberly Cheadle. Do you know what she thinks about DEI? Do you know how Kimberly Cheadle feels about DEI? She wants to make sure the Secret Service is inclusive of everybody. Well, if this woman wakes up tomorrow and feels like she's an oak tree, well, she can be part of the Secret Service and stand tall as an oak tree guarding President Trump. She can, because DEI. What the fuck? This is what's wrong with our fucking country. The best country in the world, the best used to be the best place there was to live. I don't know now if that's the same. Some places are not. Any of y'all want to volunteer to go to Chicago or LA or San Diego or New York City? I fucking don't. To me, those cities are like foreign lands. It's like, no, it would be like me going to Mogadishu. I'm not going over there. Fuck no. Why would I? It's a third world country. That's what I think of those cities. They're third world countries. People shit in the street. And I'm not saying I'm not saying I would do this, but you could walk barefoot in my local Walmart. People do it during like beach season, like, you know, when they're going to the lake over here nearby. You know, they'll come in, which I wouldn't recommend it, but hey, to each their own. I'm not going out in public barefoot, but you can, and you don't have to worry about stepping on needles or shit or stepping in a puddle of piss that somebody's just laid out for you. You don't have to worry about that here. We don't have people shitting and pissing in the street on the sidewalk in front of businesses. But so you could technically, I guess, if you wanted to, you know, you could take your kid to the park down here and not have to worry about them if they're barefoot in the park, not have to worry about them stepping on a fucking syringe. So that's the area I live in. And hell, used to in the little area there where I actually live, because the town's like 15 minutes up the road. So we've got, you know, a couple of gas stations and everybody's got a Dollar General. Used to, you didn't see a female at the store down here wearing shoes because we're too close to the water. I mean, it just didn't. I mean, they come in barefoot all the time, and nobody worried about stepping on needles and shit. It's just the way it is. I mean, it's the country. I, for one, wouldn't recommend that. But I damn sure wouldn't want to go to LA and do that or recommend somebody do it, because there's no telling what you'll catch. They probably got diseases that ain't even been discovered yet. I mean, you probably got, you know, you probably got at least, what, 20, 25 overdose deaths a day on the streets of LA or San Diego or New York City, at least. We know who's keeping Narcan in business. And it's those cities. They're keeping Narcan in business. We've seen how Oregon had to reverse track on the open air drug, whatever bullshit that they were going with, because that liberal bullshit don't work. Oh, just let people do whatever, you know, let them get high in the streets if they want to. We're going to make all drugs decriminalized. We're going to decriminalize meth, heroin, PCP, anything you want to do. You can go to Portland and do it openly, and the cops won't do anything to you. Well, suddenly they had a fucking wake-up call when the overdose deaths shot up like 300%. They said, whoa, people are just falling over and assuming room temperature daily. Hundreds of them. They're just falling over dead. We got to stop it. We got to do something. Nobody wants to come here anymore. Everybody's leaving. All the businesses are running out because they don't want dead people on their doorstep every morning. They don't want to have to kick their way, through the dead folks to get in and open up their business that they gave their entire life savings to open up, or they went into debt for God knows how much money just to get kicked off. And now the business is floundering because all you've got is drug addicts and dead folks that, you can't get in for moving them out of the way. Well, they had to reverse track. So now they've made drugs illegal again. Portland had to reverse their stance and say, ho, drugs are bad, kids. Drugs are bad. Don't do drugs, okay? Just say no. Say no to drugs. Drugs are bad. We don't want to let people overdose in the streets anymore, because then people will actually go and overdose in the streets. I mean, that's what they'll do. It happens. They've seen these fucking policies don't work time and time and time again. Defund the police, right? Let's defund the fucking police. Let's take money away and let's see what happens to crime. Well, if you listen to Joe Biden, crime's going down. Why is that? Is it because crime's really going down? No, it's because it's going up. It's because they stopped reporting crime the same way. The FBI doesn't take crime reporting the same way that they used to. The numbers are skewed. And that's why they did it. So they can say, well, look, crime's going down. Well, yes, according to your metric, crime is going down, but your metric is wrong because it's not being reported the same way anymore. You changed up how crime was reported. So when you change up the number, how the number is achieved, when you change the metric that gets you that number and the number goes down, that doesn't mean the actual crime isn't happening anymore. They don't even count crime that's committed by an illegal immigrant. It's not included in their factoid. Imagine that. Imagine that. That a fucking border jumper can come over here and commit all the crime they want to and kill all the people that they want to. Remember the girl in Georgia at college? Just killed the shit out of her. That's not counted. We're not going to include that in our statistic, because then that makes us look like the border's just out of control because all these illegals are killing people. Let's not call them illegals. Let's call them undocumented immigrants. I don't care if it sounds nice. You're fucking illegal. Get the fuck back where you came from. Nobody wants you here. If you're over here doing that fuck shit, first off, you came here the wrong way. Everybody else had to do it the right way, and you jumped in line. It's just like standing at a restaurant waiting for your food for 20 minutes because it's packed, and somebody walks in the door off the street and jumps in front of you at the register and says, oh, I'm next. Well, it ain't right. It ain't fucking right. Sorry, had my wife come in asking for something. But look, y'all, I know I've been live for a while, and I Like I said yesterday, I'm getting back to a routine. These last couple of weeks, it's been really hectic. I know I went live last week. I didn't really go into any details, but we had a week before last, we had something every day of the week, like Monday through Friday. We had a thing going on, and we were over it, so we had to be there. So I didn't really have a lot of time to do lives that week, and my wife's been on vacation this past week. So the last 2 weeks has been kind of, a toss up, and then me working 3 days a week. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'm working. It's every week. It's not going to change. It's going to unless I just say I don't want to work that day and I take off. But for now, I'm going to help out where I can because they're kind of needing the help. So I'm going to keep doing it for a little bit. But I'll be more regular with going live. I said that last night. I have more time to do live streams now. When, she's going back to work or she goes back tomorrow, I'll probably go live like Thursday. I'll go live again. And I'm going to keep talking the political shit. Not all of it. It's not going to all be politics. I'm still going to cover square. But this shit I kind of feel like I did in 2016 after Trump got elected. This is historic. We're watching history be made right now. Everything about Donald Trump has been historic. What he did when he was president was historic. And if anybody wants to say, well, he didn't do nothing, all he did was, bad for the country. Okay, Abraham Accords. I'll just say that. Just say that. Abraham Accords. What about that? Any president ever been able to do that? No, because it was a united front to run Iran out of economic viability. I'll just put it that way. Economically, the Abraham Accords would have kept Iran out. They could either play by the rules or it was their own demise. And it's not up to us to rebuild all this shit that they tear down. They're destroying it, and we go in and fix it. That's not what we're for. We're not the savior of the world. We can't even save ourselves. Here at home, we can't even do what we need to do for our own people. When you got people dying in the streets from a fucking drug, it could happen to me. I could get called to an overdose, and the drug can make it through nitrile gloves. They recommend double gloving if you're around fentanyl because it can go through nitrile gloves. It seeps through. It's bad. It's fucking bad. And y'all hear my phone going off while I'm sitting here. A lot of times that is my work stuff. It's called active alert. It's an active alert going off. And I can't tell you how many times I look down while I'm live. Like just in this last 3 hours, there's been, I think, 2 or 3 altered mental status calls. And every one of those is dangerous for us. Not just 1 or 2. I sat in the ambulance yesterday with a kid that wanted to kill himself and others for an hour and 45-minute ride. That's why he was there. He had to be transferred to somewhere else that could take care of it, could take care of him, because we don't have that capability around here. But I had to go for a ride 139 miles away with somebody that wanted to kill himself and others. Every altered mental status call that we get is bad. It's dangerous. But that's the nature of the beast. I mean, it really is. We live in a very trying time. We'll say it's very tough right now, especially financially for people. You know, I don't get on here and talk about money and finances. It's just not me. I don't go into it. Has there been times where I wish that I could have what I've done returned to me in a favor, but I wouldn't ask. I wish that I could get the help that I've given. I wish I could get back, but I keep my problems to myself because they don't belong on YouTube. It's not nobody's business. I'm not here for that. And it's only happened a couple of times over the last 3 or 4 years where it's been, I mean, everybody's had hard times. Everybody. But you know, it makes you realize, it makes you appreciate what you've got. The little things in life. Money's not everything. After what happened Saturday, I think a lot of people realize just how fragile life is and how fast it can go. With the turn of a head can make the difference in you taking your next breath or not. And granted, I'm not Trump. None of us are Trump level. You know, we're not having, assassins come look for us because we made somebody mad on the internet. But you could always be in the wrong place at the wrong time and have a stray bullet. Birmingham, it ain't been that long ago that a 2-year-old caught a stray bullet in Birmingham. But what the fuck? The answer to everything for some of these people is a gun and violence. And there's an old saying, the only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. And you have to live by that. And you better be ready before the time comes. You better have had a little talk with yourself and said, it's either them or me, and I'm not going down without a fight. You better be ready. Because if you hesitate, if you have to stop and think about it, if you get put in a position where it's you or somebody else, and you have to stop and say, do I want to do this? Do I really want to take life? No, you've got to be ready. You better have been prepared before you strap up. Before you go out, you better be ready. Every time, you better be ready to say, I'm not going down. I'm not going to be a fucking victim. I'm not going to be one of the numbers. I'm not going to be just another number in those statistics that they want to lie about. No. I'd lots rather face a jury of my peers and take my chances than to just be a statistic on the street with little evidence cards lined around me with a chalk outline. Fuck that. I'm not going to be a victim. They don't get to do that. They don't get to cry about turning down the tone and the rhetoric and then make people into victims or become victims and say, oh, you're just so violent. Fuck that. Y'all brought it to this level. You think people ain't ready? This shit's been a melting pot since y'all stole this fucking election in 2020. Oh, look. Oh, look. EMS, assault, gunshot, stabbing. It's every day. Every day. Used to, it was maybe once a month, once every 2 months, there was an assault, gunshot, stabbing EMS call. Maybe. It was rare. Over the last 2 years, the number of gunshot, stabbing, assault calls has gone up probably 80%. Just had another one go out. Is it on the channel you're on now, AD? And some of the things I've said today probably are offensive. You know, people may say, "Oh, you're one of them. You're one of those that's real hostile and." What the fuck? What the fuck is that? What is this guy doing? What the actual fuck is going on? Yeah. Yeah, for real. Don't wait. Don't wait until the time comes where you've got to make that decision to try to figure out how to turn the safety off. Or, do I have one chambered? Do I have a chamber in the round? Don't wait. Don't wait till then. It's too late. It's too late. If you have to do that, it's too late. Don't even bother. Don't even pull it out. Because then you're just going to get it took away from you and used on you. Just don't even fool with it. I mean, what can you say? I mean, you got to have that mindset. If it comes down to me and my family or some idiot, I can count on one hand the times I've reached her for a firearm in my life. And it ain't for threatening. It ain't for an intimidation factor. It's because I don't know what the fuck you fixing to do. But if you do the wrong thing, you're not going to see tomorrow. And the subject never knew that I had my hand on it. Because I don't open carry. I don't like that. I don't like open carry. I think it makes you a target. That's just me. I don't want that to be the first thing they see when they start looking at, I'm fixing to knock off this store. Who do I need to watch out for when I case it out? Oh, look, that guy's got a gun on his hip. Yep, that's going to be the first one I take out. So the cashier's not going to be armed. And this guy right here has got to be the first one I shoot. People are desperate. They're desperate. And desperate times make people do desperate shit they wouldn't otherwise do. You think somebody won't bust your windshield for a $5 bill? Drugs will push people to the extreme. And if you're not prepared to stand up for yourself and protect your family and yourself from this bullshit that's going on, then you need to be around somebody that is. I think it's going to get bad, y'all. I mean, it's just me. I may be wrong. It's just my opinion. Everything I've said today is my opinion solely. I don't expect anybody to, I'm not trying to brainwash or intimidate anybody to feel like I feel. I'm me. I feel the way I feel because I see shit. I see a lot of shit that, we shouldn't even be seeing in this day and time. We shouldn't see people overdosing and dying like this when there is a solution to it. There's a way for people to not have to deal with addiction to where they have to go out and kill somebody to feed their addiction. But nobody's going to take anything from me. Nobody's going to make me a fucking target or a victim. I'm not going to just lay down and give up what I've worked hard to have. That's why we've gotten to the point we've gotten to, because there's too many people that are willing to lay down and give up. It happened in 2020. It happened in November of 2020. People gave up. People said, you know what? It's not worth the fight. Let cooler heads prevail. It's not worth the fight. And now look where we are. Show of hands, is things better or worse than they were in 2020? Fresh off a pandemic, the economy's coming back to life. We're starting to see job numbers go up. Gas prices are still reasonably good. And you can say, gas prices were only there because there was nobody driving. Everything was shut down. What about before the pandemic? Gas prices were still reasonably cheap. Have you seen $1.99 gas since Biden got in office? Because we've seen it under Trump. Even $2.50 is not a bad price for gas. I mean, it's a little on the high end. I'd rather see it around $2.15, $2.20. But I ain't been on a Jeep ride in so long because I just don't want to waste the gas. It's expensive. Gas is at like $3.18 or $3.19 a gallon. Oh, we done emptied our damn strategic reserves. Well, not empty. I mean, fuck, he just released another 1 million barrels a couple of weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, whatever. Was it 1 million? And he's only doing it because he wants the damn numbers to look good. Oh, look, I got gas prices down, guys. Oh, I just farted on myself. Gas prices are low. Come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, it just broke my hip. It's bullshit. It's all bullshit. If you have a retirement account, where's it at right now? Because I can tell you, we dumped 20,000 and we ain't made back but about 13. 4 years later, it's struggled to get 13,000 of that $20,000 loss back. Still 7,000, 8,000 off. And to be honest, it was closer to 30 than 20. It was around the mid 20s. And when it dropped, I was like, what the fuck? It just shaved off 20 grand, just like it wasn't nothing. Like within a probably a month period. You know what call it? When Biden handed out $7,000 checks to everybody, and there was no way to turn that down, because we woke up one day and our bank account was $7,000 to the plus. And I'm like, what the fuck? Where did the bank make an error? I had to Google to find out what happened. Why are we getting this money? Why does it say IRS Treasury, whatever? It ain't a tax return, by God, because we don't ever get nothing back. And then I found out, oh, Biden gave everybody a whole bunch of money. He bought votes. That's what Biden did. And that's what he's trying to do again. That's why if you're illegal, you come over here and go to New York, they'll give you a debit card with $3 grand on it. Yeah, it's kind of weird, ain't it? Biden shut down the Keystone XL, but that pipeline over there in Russia got the go ahead. The one went to Germany. I can't remember the name of it. It's on the tip of my tongue, but whatever that pipeline was that Russia wanted to install. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. We don't care. We just want to starve out our people. We just want our people to struggle to be able to buy a tank of gas. Oh, you want to fill up? Mortgage your house. You got any equity in your home? Maybe you could go to the pawn shop for a tank of gas. If it got so bad around here, the fucking pawn shop out of business. I don't think there's but like one left. There used to be 3 or 4 in town, and I think there's maybe one left. And I hadn't been in there in a while. I used to go in there and look at musical instruments, but I hadn't been in there in a long time because they got to where they don't take hardly anything from these crackheads. They know it's hot. They know they're going to lose money on it, so they don't take the stuff to begin with. That's one reason they went out of business, because people was stealing so much shit and taking it to the pawn shop. And then when the police come around, well, you don't want to have to buy your shit from the pawn shop. It's yours. You didn't pawn it. Some crackhead did. So they lost money. Oh, boy. Yeah, I never cared much for Giuliani. When he was the what was it, governor, mayor of New York, I think he was okay. But I just ain't had much for him these last few years. Ever since that election shit, you know, that was the thing, is they set Trump up so bad. You know, all his allies turned on him. Everybody. There wasn't but a couple. There was just a couple that didn't turn on him. And General Flynn was one of them. And they fucked that man up. They fucked that man so bad. And that was a good man, too. He was a good man for this country, for what he did. He was a good man, and they fucked him over. What's up, Blue? It's a crying shame. It is. It's a crying shame when things were at their worst after that election in 2020. Trump had nobody that he could really stand beside and have his back. Everybody that turned on him. And the people that he did have standing with him, it was like a freak show. And then all these fucking recount cases got tossed out. Well, fuck, it's real easy to steal an election when you refuse to recount the ballots. It's a simple request. They act like that they made it sound like a fucking request for a recount was this ungodly thing. How dare you? There's never been anything like that happen in our political history. Bullshit, damn near every election. That bitch in Georgia still ain't conceded. Stacey Abrams. Y'all remember that? She still ain't conceded. Stupid bitch. You lost. Nobody wanted you. You tried to steal it and still lost. And then you're too stupid to concede it. And now you see why you lost. If you look at the real numbers, where's the Biden supporters? Have you met one? Have you met somebody that says, hey, Joe Biden's a great president. I think he should get another 4 years. Where are they at? I'd be ashamed too. I wouldn't admit it. If I voted for that man, if I had voted for that man, to see him come out on Saturday and say what he said, the incident at the Trump rally, are you shitting me, you old feeble bastard? Incident? And then you were straight asked, was it an assassination attempt? I don't have all the facts. I don't have the facts. So I'd rather not make that determination. Bull fucking shit. Bullshit. You were briefed on that shit within 10 minutes of it happening, and you know damn good and well it was an assassination attempt, you old feeble motherfucker. You knew it was. Then you come out and play this. Oh, this is horrible, guys. We've never had this in the history of our country. We just up one day and sprouted from nothing and been peaceful ever since. No. The United States had to fight to get where it was. Like I said earlier, people got tired of being taxed and threw some tea out in the harbor. No taxation without representation. People got tired of the bullshit from a tyrannical government. And they said, hey, we've had enough. We're not doing it anymore. We've had enough. Fuck you. You want your fucking money? You come take it from our cold, dead hands. We're not doing it no more. There's been violence. And there's going to be violence again, I'm sure. There will, because they're not going to give up. This shows you how desperate they are. This is a level of desperation that should never exist. Should it be here? No, I'm not saying it has its place. It doesn't. It shouldn't exist. We should be able to have a conversation. We should be able to talk. But when talking doesn't work, and we've seen the lengths they're willing to go to hold on to power. They want power. Power is money. Money is power. They don't want to lose what they've got. It's going to get hairy. That's all I'm going to say. Everybody knows the difference between right and wrong. Everybody does. Take the political shit out of it. What was Trump doing before he became president? Running his business, minding his own business. He wasn't bothering nobody. Rappers talked about him in songs. Hell, rappers were standing beside him for photo ops. All these politicians were his best friend. You know, there's pictures of him with Hillary. There's pictures of him with the didn't hang himself guy, which I wouldn't brag about that one, but still, Trump had all these people that knew that they knew he was just a rich businessman. That's all they knew him as, until when he tossed his name in that ring for a politician. That's when he became the number one target, the enemy. And they were willing to say anything and everything they could to discredit him. And, you know, not for lack of trying, they could not get a muzzle on Trump. And I think that's the best part of it, is they couldn't shut him up, because he was going to tell the people what they needed to hear, not what they wanted to hear. I don't want somebody that's going to get in there and sugarcoat shit. They need to be able to say the quiet part out loud. Because if you can't, number one, you're a shitty politician, and number two, you're not a real man. Say it. Say the quiet part out loud. And Trump's not afraid to do it. And that's what we need. We need somebody that's going to get in there and say, hey, we've got to get from where we are right now to this point, and it's not going to be comfortable. Everybody's going to have to work together, and it's going to take some sacrifices from all of us. But it can be done. We can do it. We're a country. We've done it before. This is what it's going to take. It can be done. But it's going to take people working towards that common goal. Not saying, I'm offended. Oh, your words are offensive to me. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of the way then. Get out the way and let real progress take place. If you're scared of mean words or mean tweets, or that Trump might troll you, get the fuck out of the way. You're not doing anything but holding up progress, because the country can't move forward when we're printing money by the billions that we know it's never going to get paid back. We're indebted to China by so many billions and trillions of dollars. It's ungodly, the debt to China. And it just keeps going. Because this old feeble motherfucker that we got don't have the balls to say, okay, I've got enough money. It's not about me and money. This is about the country as a whole, existing or not existing anymore. But no, that's not what he's based. Just let me get as much as I can before the free ride ends. But I started trying to end probably 30 minutes ago. I guess I need to go ahead and wrap it up. I got a lot to say. I got a lot to fucking say. Fuck that shit. Staying quiet just ain't happening no more, because it ain't getting anything accomplished. You know, being the harbinger of quiet and meek and mild, well, that just ain't cutting it. It just ain't. Because that don't work with these people. They want the violence. They want it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be out here doing and saying the things that they do and say. For God's sake, they spent a whole summer of love burning down cities because they couldn't get their way. How much of a bitch do you have to be to pitch a temper tantrum and burn down a city because you don't get your way? I mean, that's a bitch move. That's where they should have had snipers. Those cities where people were at, burning shit down, busting up buildings to go in and steal some shoes and PlayStations and shit. That's where they should have been cased out with snipers. And every time somebody ran for the door with a PS5, plug them. Just plug them, because they're no good to anybody. They're no good to nobody. That's an opportunistic criminal. You know, you wouldn't otherwise commit a criminal act, but in this case, you're going to steal whatever thousands of dollars of merchandise. No, that's where you become part of the enemy. If you're willing to go in and steal shit that doesn't belong to you, it would be different if it was work boots or food for your kid or something like that. I could understand, you know, even the cops could understand something like that. I'm sure there's cases where the cops see a mother that's shoplifting formula for her baby. They might be a little more, you know, lenient. They might say, you know what? If you won't press charges, I'll pay for it. And they cover it out of their pocket. And then they try to get some resources together and give to the mother so she doesn't have to do it again next week. But if you're stealing some Jordans from Hibbett or some swag, you know, you're going to steal you a couple of jerseys for your favorite team, then no, you get plugged. You get plugged because you're a waste. You're taking up oxygen that other people deserve. They deserve it more than you. That's what you deserve. Because you didn't work for that. If you want it, go out and get a job and work for it. Oh, I can't find a job. Bullshit. And that's what's wrong. That's where I stand. But anyway, like I said, I'll be going live more. I'll be doing these more. I'm not going to stop the politics and the rants because I got a lot to say, but I'm not going to focus solely on politics. I'm just not, because it does get frustrating because I'm just one person. I can't enact any change in anything. I'm just going to put my opinion out. But I can't make things change. It's going to take a lot more of all of us coming together. And we don't have to all agree on everything. And that's the thing. That's the melting pot that is America. We don't have to always agree on everything. We have the common goals that we all want. But like I said, I'll be doing more lives now that vacations and stuff is over and things are settling down. Everybody's back at work. I don't have a family member in the hospital anymore because I was going to go live Saturday, but that changed up real quick. And I'll be here, and we'll get the members only stuff done. We'll do some members only lives. I'm trying to get I want everybody to have the chance, if they want to be a member, to do it, because I think that I'm gonna move some of the political stuff more to that, because it's eventually gonna happen. I'll eventually, they'll demonetize me or whatever over the political stuff. It's gonna happen. You know, it's gonna happen. But I'm gonna keep saying what I'm saying. They're not gonna shut me up. Take the channel, I'll make another one. Take that, I'll make another one. I mean, you're not going to silence people. You're not. You might as well just let it go, because you're not going to silence people. That First Amendment is a hell of a thing. We got a right to say what we want within reason. I'm not going to run into a crowded theater and yell fire and pull the alarm. You know, that's not acceptable. But if you're a real American, there's nothing that I've said that's unacceptable today. If you're an American, if you really want what's best for this country, I've not said anything unacceptable. And if I'm wrong, please come tell me how I'm wrong. I'll be willing to listen, but I'm going to push back. And I'm going to tell why I feel the way I feel. So with that, I am going to wrap it up at the 4-hour mark. I appreciate everybody that's tuned in. Appreciate people listening to me rant. And we will still do some Square stuff and all that. Was that really Square? I think I saw Square in here, didn't I? Did I see Square in here? Or was that a troll account? Oh, well. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate everybody that's members only. Thank you for becoming a member. If y'all need the link, let me know. I'll post it in a community post or whatever to join. Other than that, probably Thursday will be the next one. Thursday will be and I'll keep up with this shit. I'm telling you, I really got into this in 2016, but I wasn't here. I wasn't on YouTube the way I am now. I really got bad into this in 2016. Like, I sat up and watched Trump win in 2016 with my kid, steadily telling her the whole time, you're watching history in the making. Keep this in the front of your mind. Keep this memory, because this is something that's never happened before, and I don't know that we'll ever see it happen again. History's being made. And now here we are again. History's being made. And I want to be here for it. And I'm going to be somewhere. But y'all have a good one. I'll see y'all Thursday. Same Batman time, same Batman place. Y'all know all the shit. And we'll have some more political discussions and some Square stuff. But yeah, y'all have a good rest of your Tuesday. And I look forward to seeing you guys again. Much love to everybody. And I'm out. Later, y'all.